Good afternoon, everyone across the pond, and good morning to everyone in the States. It's your buddy Domino Chris. This is Follow Everton, and this is a very, very last minute watch along. I didn't plan on doing this today, and then was just up and was going to watch the football anyway. And I said, you know what? Why not hang out with a few of my friends? So I hope everyone is having as good of a Saturday as you can have because, well, let's just say it's not been the best week as an Evertonian. A whole lot of I'll call it numbness, and I think that's kind of the general feeling, I guess. I've watched a lot of Everton programming this week. I've watched. Sorry, I'm trying to fix my screen a little bit here. I don't think it's going to be perfect, but we'll work with that. I've watched a lot of Everton shows this week. I've watched a lot of people venting, ranting, analyzing, trying to discuss what's been going on, and the overall feeling is we're just exhausted. It's been 2 years on the bounce, really. I mean, it's been a long time of Everton being shite, don't get me wrong, but it's been basically 2 years straight of just woeful, horrible, awful to watch football. It's hard to like the managers, it's hard to like the tactics, it's hard to like the players. It's Goodison is not even a remotely difficult place to come and play. It's just awful. And so I think a lot of people this week have just come to not the conclusion, but just kind of so many people just aren't mad after Newcastle just came in and completely turned us over in what could have been worse than 4-1. It really could have been 8. And I think a lot of people are just kind of like, yeah, okay, we're just shite. Newcastle are better. Yeah, we fought a little bit. First half, we fought. We didn't really create anything. First 25, 30 minutes or so might have been the best it's going to get. And we still were 1-0 down. That's the most depressing thing. The players can fight, and we're still just not that good. There's a lot to say about Everton right now. I don't want to keep going down the road that everyone else has gone down and be repetitive of everything that they've said. And I'm sure at some point we'll do something of a match preview for Leicester. But for now, we're just watching the other games. We are I must be behind in this game, or was there an extremely late start in the Palace West Ham game? Because this was supposed to start at about 22 minutes ago, and I'm 6 minutes in. So if there was some delay I didn't know about, please someone let me know. Ems, morning. Sun is out here, so all is okay. Hey, the last time I was in Liverpool, it was about 4 or 5 weeks, and the sun did not make an appearance. So I'm glad to hear that the sun found you again, Ems. But I'm not sure how many viewers we're going to get today because this was a last-minute thing, unscheduled. I am on now Twitch as well as Facebook and YouTube. And, of course, you can find the link on Twitter as well. What's up, the Blues? Good to see you, my mates. Hope all is well. I wish that I really wish we could just watch the football and not have to worry about anything and actually just be able to enjoy watching Premier League football. It feels like it's been so long since that was actually a thing, but here we are. But not too much action so far. Let me look this up because I'm a little bit worried. I wonder if my there's no way my stream is this far behind. But the app is, yeah, okay. There must have been some delay in starting this game unless it started at 6:45 my time or 12:40. Delayed kickoff turnstiles were broke. Oh, how about that? Who would have thought at one of the worst stadiums in all of England that the turnstiles would be broken? How about that? With the greatest of respects to Crystal Palace Football Club, Selhurst Park is one of the worst stadiums I've ever been to. Sorry, Palace fans, but I think you already know anyway. Yeah, but Goodison's no good. Yeah, okay, whatever. I'm not here for that. They're both old grounds. We can deal with it. I'm not sure what was worse, Selhurst or Turf Moor last season. And now Burnley are back in the Premier League, which means we might not get to play them next season. Fucking hell. Sorry. We're starting off this day very negative. I will try to be better. I've been optimistic all season, and I think if you ask everyone in our group chat, they'll tell you I've been pretty miserable the last couple of days, and usually I'm more of not the beacon of positivity, but usually I at least can talk a few people out of a funk. Or not this week. I'm just down this week. They might have broken me. Best way to put it is we're mad, but we aren't showing it because we've been trying to tell the board they're delusional, and now even they know we were right, so there's no point, mate. I think they've known we were right for so long, and they just were so stubborn that they won't admit it, and they still won't admit it because, let's face it, all they're doing is counting their money anyway because that's all they care about. Sorry to be that guy, but facts are facts. Good to see you, Pete. Hope things are well over there today, bud. But it's just it's all shite. So at this point, at least for today and tomorrow, I'm just worried about my fantasy football, which I did make a lot of changes to today. So we're pretty much going all in. Today is either going to put us in. Oh, that's a goal. It is 1-0 to West Ham. Wow, Thomas Suchek with a strike. It's not hit from very far away, but it is struck very well. I want to say this came from a corner. We'll get this back up here in just a second. So Palace at home down 1-0. West Ham probably already safe. Well, I shouldn't say that. West Ham are on 34 points. With 6 games to go, you have to think that 1 or 2 points would mean safety, and so you'd expected them to get it. Here's the corner. It comes in, it gets all the way to the far post. It's headed straight to the middle by a Palace defender. I'm not sure what he's thinking there. I'm not sure if that's Eze or if that's I'd have to take a look. And he knows it right away. Hands on his face. He knows it's absolutely put on a platter for Thomas Suchek. From about 7 yards out, he just puts his boot through it and just bangs it home. It's a simple. It's Olise actually. Oh man, Olise, however you say it. I don't mean to be disrespectful. I am not sure how he says it, but either way, it's 1-0 to West Ham. Great strike. Hey, it's a 7-yard, most of the net strike, but I tell you what, there's a lot of players I can think of that would miss it. So well in Thomas Suchek. It's 1-0. Yeah, how about that? The Blues. What a howler. We beat Leicester and get a point of. Well, no, here's the thing. If this happened, yeah, the Leicester game changes the entire conversation, right? I just, what has anyone seen in the last 8 weeks, whatever, that makes us think we'll beat Leicester? It doesn't matter who the opposition is at this point because we're so shite that we will make them look good. Fulham, some people are saying that Fulham was the one that convinced them or that did it or that did what. Forest was the one for me. And that goes way back. And we've had it on the channel. We've tried not to dwell on the past lately. We've tried to just be, I guess, a little bit more positive, optimistic. But now it's time to start having these conversations. Fulham might have been the one because Fulham were basically on the beach, right? Fulham weren't up for that game, and they still jogged around and just dismantled us. But Forest, we had beat. Forest, we had the lead. Forest, we refused to make subs. And if we really want to go down this, the Sean Dyche avenue, it's going to wind me up. I'm telling you, I am about sick of this Sean Dyche charade because for all the things that he did right, all the things that he said right when he walked in, and let me be very, very clear. He's not the only reason. He's not the only problem. He is not the reason we are where we are by any means whatsoever. And if he was the best of the bunch that we had to pick from as a new manager, fine. I don't know if that's the case because I don't know. Nobody can know what the others would have done had they come in. All I know is in the last few weeks, Sean Dyche has displayed some of the most lack of common sense tactics, team selection, substitutes, no common sense. I don't need to tell you about Ben Godfrey the other day. I don't need to tell you about why Yerry Mina. Name something. Yerry Mina, Ben Godfrey, Nathan Patterson not playing. Who knows? It's not about who Sean. I saw another channel talking about it's not about who Sean Dyche likes. There's Michael Keane. There's no reason Michael Keane should be playing over Yerry Mina on any planet whatsoever. Is what it is, boys and girls. Well, that's true, but that was at least under Lampard, and so that was. I agree that was still atrocious, and that was a low point. And some people called it on Boxing Day that this was going to be us done because that's how bad those games were and how winnable they were. But the thing is, Dyche comes in, we beat Arsenal, right? New manager bounce, whatever. Good home win. Goodison's the place we're going to get points, etc. We have good Goodison performances after that. Lose to Villa 2-0, but we're in the game. Arguably should have scored a couple in the first half. Fine. Still a loss. You have to win. I understand. But at least we showed fight. At least we were in that game. Beat Leeds 1-0. Beat Brentford 1-0. All seems to be on the right track. Teams look forward to coming to Goodison Park now. Mind-blowing. But that's where we are. And not to mention, we're still worse For the most part, still worse away from home anyway. Mark, hey, good morning, buddy. Or afternoon, I guess, over there. Good to see you. Hope things are well your way, mate. I don't get the meanest shout. For all we know, he's strolling around in training. Stop with that. If let's just pretend you're right. If Mina was just strolling around in training and doesn't care, I still think he might be better than Michael Keane right now, even if he was at half speed on the pitch. Maybe, don't know. If Mina's fully fit and just doesn't want to play because he wants to collect his paycheck and pull a Cenk Tosin and plenty of others, fine. Then fuck Yerry Mina off. I agree. I don't know if that's the case. I guess no one really does. That's a strike. It's 1-1. Jordan Ayew is through. It is going to be close. He takes his shirt off. Not exactly the best move. Not sure what he's thinking there. So he will probably get booked on 15 minutes. But it is level at Selhurst Park, 1-1. I want to see this one again because obviously every close offside is now how do I put this? At the mercy of VAR, especially if you're Everton. We'll have a look at this before trying to finish my Sean Dyche thought. Yeah, that's well on. Sorry, that wasn't even that close. I thought for some reason he was in behind. He was actually level with or in front of a West Ham defender who just seems to be well behind. You know what? It's a good strike. It's low and away, but you have to get the feeling that I'm not sure if that's Areola or who's playing keeper for West Ham today, but he's going to want that one back. Nonetheless, Jordan Ayew, it's 1-1. So 15 minutes in, we've got 2 goals already. It might turn out to be a higher scoring game for two teams who for much of the season struggled to score goals, but have been a little bit better lately. Palace, not so much last week against Everton, but West Ham have kind of found their goal scoring form as they've advanced in the Europa Conference League and the last couple Premier League games as well. And they had one nonsensically taken off against Liverpool last time, but we need to hope Brentford do us a favor. Yeah, I think that, and Palace as well. I don't think Palace matters as much now because I think West Ham are pretty much safe. Even if they don't get a result from this game, they'll have 5 games left to basically get 1 or 2 points. I think they'll do that. I think Brentford Forest is the only one that we really need to pay attention today, or that anything, or that will help us at all. But we'll see. I'd let Deitch see. Now, this has become a debate over the last few days, and quite frankly, I don't know how I feel. I'd let Deitch go if we stay up or go down. I'd bring in a young, hungry manager. I saw someone again. I've been browsing a lot of YouTube channels, and someone recently was talking about have someone with a plan, a vision, a clear vision. That's just not Deitch. Now, go down to the championship. Deitch has the mentality to get you back up. If that was the whole point of this, as stupid as that sounds, but I wouldn't put it past the board or anybody in that back room. If that's been the whole point of this, you want to keep Deitch to try to get us back up. Whatever. I'm still focused on this. I am trying so hard to find a reason to want to watch this Leicester game on Monday. I'm not gonna lie to you. I always predict Everton to win no matter who they play. I think we are going to get done at the King Power Stadium this Monday. I think it's going to get ugly. I think it's going to be early. I think it's very possible we lose something like 4 or 5-0. Don't want to see it. That's just how I feel. I think that this team has run out of whatever little gas that they have, and that wasn't much, but I really think it's going to be on display, and I think Leicester are just going to turn us over. Hope I'm wrong. This isn't an attempt to jinx anything or reverse psychology. I hope to God I am wrong, but I just don't think I am. Yeah, I see a couple people in the comments talking about not knowing things and all that. And these were, I got a lot of arguments last week when I said that Nathan Patterson should be playing. And then I got a lot of, well, Godfrey's passionate and Godfrey's yada, yada. And yeah, okay. How's that aging? Come on, guys. If you're doing the same thing over and over again, if you don't want Mina to play, fine. What's your suggestion? Keep Michael Keane in so we can continue to be a laughing stock at the fullback and center back position. Bring back Connor Cody. What's the answer? Why not give Mina a game at this point? What in the hell can get worse? Exactly. Nobody's doing us any favors. We had our own destiny in our own hands and blew it. And now, let me actually say this: our destiny is still in our own hands. It's just we're a bag of shite at football. That's the only thing it is. But I mean, if we still take care of business, especially against Leicester, we'll be fine. It's just, I mean, what are our fixtures now? Leicester away next. Bright is it Brighton away? I think it's Leicester away, Brighton away, Man City at home, Wolves away, and then Bournemouth at home. So 2 straight aways. The only bright side, if there is one, no pun intended, is that Brighton will be, they have major fixture congestion. They've got 3 double game weeks coming, or excuse me, they've got 8 games left, whereas we have 5. A lot of other teams have 5. You know, they have the most games remaining that will have to be bunched together. They looked very vulnerable. I mean, they just lost to Forest, who I don't think had won in something like 13 games or 11, whatever it was. It was a lot. They lost to Forest at the City Ground. Quite frankly, that second half, Forest looked arguably the better side. Now, Brighton did have a lot of chances that they didn't take, and that's fine. We got, oh, that's a great finish. Wilfred Zaha back in the lineup today. Crystal Palace is up 2-1. We've not reached 20 minutes yet, and we've got 3 goals in this game. It's 2-1 to Palace. West Ham's defense kind of getting undone a little bit here. We'll get you that replay here in just a little bit, but the point being, Brighton are a beatable squad right now because they have played so many games. But I mean, again, can't say it enough. What's to tell you that Everton are going to do anything against Brighton, especially away? Don't know. The fixtures are tough. I don't need to tell anybody. A little bit of a defensive lapse here. It's a bad touch well onside on the right side. Olise makes up for his mistake that he just had on the other side. It's a simple ball across that gets through 2 players. It might have been flicked on by Jordan Ayew here. Let me see this one more time. It looks like a very, very simple cross through the box that should have never made it past. It does take a little bitty flick. My goodness, that's a great flick by Jordan Ayew if he did get a foot on it, and I think he did. Little bit of a bounce. It took a quick bounce before, and then Ayew just gets a little heel flick. You know, I don't think he touched that. That's off the defender. I'm trying to see who this is. That's off the West Ham defender straight to Zaha. That did not take a flick off Ayew. Do we care about Palace West Ham? I'm just here, just watching a game and interacting. That's pretty much it. If we had to pick a side, we'll pick Palace only because West Ham are lower in the table, but I really don't think it matters at all. I think over the next few games, given that West Ham have played better as of late, that's you know what? Actually, before I say that, let me take a look at West Ham's fixtures, because if West Ham do have to play a team that we still need them to beat, then I guess you'd like them to still be in the thick of things. But and they do. Let's see. So then West Ham's next few matches, they have Man City on the road. They'll be at the Etihad. They host Man United, a European game. They go to Brentford, another European game, and then they host Leeds United, and then they go to Leicester. So I mean, I guess if anything, we'll make it like it's certainly not a 50-50. We are hoping Palace wins the game, but I don't know. I wouldn't get too up in arms, but yep, it's something I always do. Let me get that ticker going. Give me 1 second. I will get to the comments here in just a bit. Thanks everybody for joining. I know it's a bit, like I said, it's last minute, but I'll be here a while. Why not? I got nothing else to do. I don't go out much. This is kind of my sanctuary, my office here, and I can do some cool creative stuff. I can interact with people. What more do you need? I need people to bring me food and drinks. That's what I need. I need to hire a butler. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Or just find a partner that's willing to do that one day. All right, let's try to get this ticker up. I'm very bad at this, but we will give it a shot. All right, here we go. All right, Crystal Palace 2-1 West Ham. I will have to get the goals here in a second. Let's see who got the first. Hang on, before I do that, we might have another. Definitely a free kick. It looks like it's going to be a booking as well. Probably from about 25 yards out. Palace were almost in again. So wanted to make sure that wasn't going to change what I was about to post. What are you guys up to? What do we have for brekkie this morning? All right, Suchek now on the 9th minute. Hard doing all the work yourself. IU 15 and Zaha 20. Brian will be joining us here shortly as well. Shouts for handball here. Not sure if that'll be granted. Looks like no VAR check. All right, we should have this ticker up. Let's see if that looks about right. I think I did a good job there. Well done, Chris. Proud of you. Danny, I'll put the fixture. I'll fix that up in a second. The other fixtures. Moyes coming back looks inevitable. He's not going anywhere. If he was going to leave West Ham, I think he already would have. Mina and Patterson have to play. I agree, mate. I see no reason. I heard some rumor that if Mina plays 5 games for us more than we owe Barcelona a certain amount of money. I don't know if that's just a rumor or not. I don't even know what to make of it, quite honestly. I guess we can't. Like I've said most of the season we can't afford to go to Greg's without the Premier League asking us what we're spending money on. So, by the way, I love Greg's. Greg's is one of my favorite places in Liverpool and all of the UK. Mark's team looks like this: Pickford, Patterson, Cody, Tarkovsky, Godfrey. Oh my gosh, Mark, you lost me. I don't even want to read the rest of it, bud. I can't have Godfrey in the team. Come on, mate. Godfrey. Let's pretend that Godfrey was the only player available for selection at this point. And I don't rate Mikalenko much anyway, but he is a left back, right? Let's pretend that Godfrey was the only one available for selection. Sean Dyche embarrassed himself. Sean Dyche embarrassed the club. And Sean Dyche embarrassed Ben Godfrey by leaving him in for the entirety of that game last time. Godfrey did not play well, right? It was almost like you started to feel sorry for him. His pace got slower and slower. And on the last goal, when Isak just danced around the left side, or I'm sorry, the right side, whatever, Godfrey was just walking, basically like standing there watching him because his coach has just left him out to dry. His coach, his manager, who is supposed to be protecting him, that's your player. You have now made him look like a fool in a position that's not his when you have a right back on the bench. It's embarrassing from Sean Dyche. You have killed. If Ben Godfrey had any confidence whatsoever, it's gone. It's shot. Definitely for the rest of the season and probably for longer. Now, if you didn't think Ben Godfrey was a good footballer anyway, okay, well, then nothing's changed for you. At one point, Ben Godfrey was not the worst footballer on our team by any means. Now, when Ben Godfrey steps at left back or right back, he is pretty much the worst player on the pitch. It's not his position. He doesn't know where to be. His off the ball positioning is abysmal. You can't even make it up where he's positioning himself when the ball is not. I mean, to say his players are wide open are an understatement. And if you thought that was bad enough, then the one-on-one defending comes, and then he just gets beat down the line every single time. It's not a reflection on Ben Godfrey as a human being, but as a footballer and definitely as a right back, it's just not possible. You can't do it. Or a left back for that matter. We saw him get burned there against United amongst another. It's just bad. I can't have Ben Godfrey on the side. Nothing against you, Mark. I know you're just stating your opinion. Everyone's entitled to their opinion here by all means, but I can't see Ben Godfrey on the pitch on Monday. Absolutely not. And if Dyche does that, I'm not joking. If I see Ben Godfrey in the starting lineup, I might just not watch. Because you know how that's going to end. You know how that's going to end. I'm more curious to see Leicester's lineup because Iheanacho, as we thought, is going to be out. I'm not sure. I don't think Daka's still injured. I think he's back. I think he's been back actually. And then listen, Leicester, I know where they are on the table. The table speaks for itself, but they still have Jamie Vardy and Harvey Barnes. And even if Jamie Vardy was 48 years old, he could still sprint past our defense and bury it. So we'll see. I'm not even watching any football, mate. I said that Palace are in the clear. I don't know how Schlupp gets this much space, but it's 3-1 to Palace. I just look up. I'm looking over here. I look up and he's in the absolutely on his own pitch pretty much. My goodness. Okay, maybe there is something to this West Ham thing. I don't know. We'll see. I know Palace, with the exception of last week, Palace had increased their goal total lately, but nothing like 3 goals in the first 30 minutes. We haven't seen that from a Palace team, and I couldn't tell you. That's just awful from this West Ham defender. Just gives it right up. I don't know if that's Souček or that's Thomas Souček. Gives it right up to Schlupp, who just waltzes on in. He takes possession and then just promptly loses it. That's awful. 3-1 Palace, and it could be more to come. Chris, just want to say thank you for being so good on this channel. Danny, thank you guys for joining me on this channel. I would be nothing without you, because then I would just be talking to a wall or talking to the lights, or worse, talking to my dog, because he doesn't talk back. You guys make this fun. You guys make this enjoyable to do. So thank each and every one of you in the chat, because we appreciate it more than you guys know. We do this because we enjoy the interaction with other people. We don't do this for the football. I can promise you that. And Ryan started this channel a couple of years ago, and now look at Everton Football Club. So you know who to blame. Just saying. Send all your nasty messages to Ryan and Amy, because she's used to getting the crap messages anyway. She's gonna hate what I said. She's very active on the Twitter. Peter says I'm not even watching football. Yeah, I sorry, that was the thought I was going to finish before Palace scored again. I wasn't even sure if I was going to watch today. I honestly thought about just having a nap and just catching the scores when I got up, because again, really the only one I cared about was Brentford and Forest, and I don't think Forest will win. I know they had a great win last week, but Brentford performed well at home, and I think Brentford will be fine, but we'll see. Godfrey used to be something. See, I wonder if he was. I almost hate thinking like this, because it's like the most recent stuff's on your mind, and so you sort of forget some stuff. I remember Ben Godfrey as and maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm delusional. I remember Ben Godfrey as a kid with pace, a kid that brought physicality, a kid that wasn't afraid to get his uniform dirty, to get his kit dirty, because sorry, look at my Americanisms here. To get his kit dirty, because he would slide, he would try to slide through a guy's legs. Of course, he would get the ball, but it was just, he wasn't afraid to make a tackle. Now he has no clue what planet he's on, and I don't know when that happened. And maybe that's just my forgetfulness, and some people might come in and say he was never that good. Fine, I don't have an argument, because I can't pinpoint examples to where he was. I seem to remember being like, okay, we need Godfrey. I was guilty of saying earlier this season, if Godfrey is fit, because remember, Godfrey broke his leg or whatever it was. Oh, another chance for Palace. It's almost 4. Godfrey broke his leg or whatever it was in the first game of the season, and we all thought that was a massive loss, because Godfrey had been performing well again, unless I'm completely just out of it and mistaken. So when Godfrey comes back, he's on the bench, and we're saying if Godfrey's fit, he's got to fit in the side. Now, we're all thinking at that point, he's got to fit in the center. But I want to say at that point, if I have my timeline right, we were playing Connor Cody and James Tarkowski in the center. Cody eventually makes way for Keane when Sean Dyche comes in. We don't really see Godfrey at first. We see Godfrey a bit at the Arsenal game at the Emirates, but in a completely effed up everything position, because at that point he brought Ben Godfrey on, he brought Mason Holgate on. It obviously got worse. Arsenal was shambolic, but it was Arsenal on the road in the middle of the week at night. It was one of those where and we had Forest a few days later. It was a bunched up match week, and so it was one of those you gave a pass to. And honestly, I was okay with it because if that was Deitch seemingly managing minutes for the more important game that was Forest, then fine. So what does Deitch do when we go to Forest? Refuses to make a sub the entire game. We literally lost that game, or we didn't even lose. That's what, but it felt like a loss. We drew that game simply because Deitch didn't make subs. Period. End of. And you can't convince me otherwise. Forest make 3 subs that directly lead to their second goal, the equalizer. We almost lose the game because Deitch eventually does make an 88th minute sub or whatever it was. And it's everyone's buddy, Tom Davis, that comes on, immediately loses possession, fouls somebody, and almost loses the entire game. So we go from arguably should have gotten 3 points to almost getting nothing to it feeling like an awful 1 point from a team that we should have beaten and which would have been one of our only our second away win of the year and our 4th away win in 24 months. But we've had good times. Good times. Yeah. Do I think Everton will win on Monday? No, I do not. I'm not being Mr. Negative. I'm being Mr. Realistic today. That's what Ryan has taught me the last couple days because he'll probably come on and say the same thing. Here's the thing: come Monday, we'll do our team news, we'll do our pre-match. I will predict a win. Right? We'll do a thinking with your head and thinking with your heart. My heart is going to say 2-1 Everton, just like it was last season at Leicester. I will say that for all the world to see, and I'll contradict everything I'm saying. Oh, it's 2-2 or 3-2. And Mikhail Antonio with the goal. This is 5 goals in the first half. What's going on? Where's the defense? I know it's just past 7 o'clock here. Did the clocks change over there? Has everyone just woken up? Is everybody still tired? It's off a corner. It's a great double header. I'm not sure who gets the first contact there. It might have been Souček again, or is that Declan Rice? That is Souček. Souček's been involved in 3 goals today. Unfortunately, only 2 were on the good side. Nonetheless, Souček is in. Mikhail Antonio gets the easy tap-in goal, and it's 3-2 to Palace. I need to update that ticker. Whoever, if you've said that in the comments, I haven't gotten there yet, but I'll update that in just a bit. But back to Everton. I'll predict the win on Monday, but in my heart, if I had to make a wager, I would absolutely not only would I make a wager on Leicester, I would make one on them to win comfortably. Very, very comfortably. All right. How does this okay, let's see. Let's get this ticker right. This game, 5 goals. What's going to be the final score? Give me your final score predictions. We're on 3-2 with we're in the 37th minute here. What's your final score predictions just on this game, just for fun? Goal and an assist at each end for Souček. Terrible. Oh, game. Quick reminder that there's 5 goals in the first half, and we still can't score a goal. Sorry. I'm ruining everyone's breakfast. Or I guess you guys are. What do you Hank? I don't know what breakfast is eaten at all hours of the day in the UK. So we'll just pretend you guys are still on breakfast. This is what having a go looks like. I don't know if you meant me having a go at Sean Deitch or if you meant Palace having a go here. Are we doing a phone in? Not yet. Not during the watch along. We will probably do a phone in. Hang on, let me get right back to that. Sorry, my mistake, buddy. I got to your comment. The comments are refreshing automatically on me. What did I say about losing being a habit? You are absolutely right. Tough one to break, and we have certainly got it down pat. We have proven that we certainly know how to do it. And not only that, Sean Deitch said last year, I'm not sure these know how to win. And now he coaches these, and we don't know how to win. He's absolutely right. You nailed it. One of the only things you've said that's correct. Thank you, James. Love you too, buddy. Appreciate it. Might as well talk to a wall as Dice won't listen to anything. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But it's us getting it out. We have to talk it out and we have to vent. But good point, by the way. James says, if you haven't liked us already, please do that. Obviously, give us a subscribe on YouTube if you haven't already as well. I'm actually streaming on Twitch as well today on my channel. Look at this, Palliser, and again. This one's dealt with though. I'm on Twitch today. I don't know how many viewers we're going to get on there, but it's a recent. I've had this Twitch for a bit, but I haven't used it much. I would like to get that going because I'll probably be doing somewhat daily streams on there in addition to this channel as well, kind of a simulcast multi-stream thing. So if you have Twitch, throw me a follow on there too. If you have YouTube, obviously follow Everton, follow that, and then let me Zaha Zen's almost got a fourth. This is crazy what I'm watching right now. Throw this up there real quick. If you haven't seen this already, Real Domino Chris is my YouTube page. I host a podcast, which we'll be having a couple of new episodes out this week, featuring Andy Bush, absolute radio presenter, big time Evertonian across the pond. I am working on getting a couple former players on there as well. I'm not sure if they're going to want to talk about Everton right now, but if you haven't already, please do me a favor, go give me a subscribe as well. We'll have plenty of Everton content on there, but like I said, it's tough to talk about right now for a lot of people, and I totally understand. I get it. It's draining people mentally. Absolutely draining people mentally. Sorry, back to this. We will not going to do a phone in right now, but we probably will do a phone in. It seemed to work great. We had massive numbers after the Newcastle game. So after Leicester, we will probably do a post-match reaction and then probably do a phone in shortly after that, maybe an hour and a half, something like that, because it seemed like a good place for people to come together and vent. Having said that, if we go down big time to Leicester, I don't know who's going to be up for it because we're just going to be a down bunch of people. Sorry, give me 1 second. Oh, never mind. I was going to all right, Leon says this one will be 4-4. Andy says 4-3. 3-2 it'll finish. That's very possible too. I don't know. I'm thinking something like 5-5. Haven't seen that in a while. If only we had a striker. Yeah, we've said it all season. Maybe 3 at the back when it's 2 wing backs picked for. It's different. I don't know if it would work, but again, at this point, forget doing the same old nonsense. You're beating your head against the wall. It's the definition of insanity. You're doing the same thing over and expecting different results. Try something. I think people would respect Deitch more for just trying something, even if we get there and go wait. If we just get done, I think it would at least be somewhat respectful, given that we tried something different to try and go for the game. We're not even trying to go for the game. You're going to put Neil Mopay on over Ellis Sims down 1-0 to Newcastle when the game is still in striking distance. And that's what you're going to throw at me? You're going to throw Neil Mopay on over Ellis Sims? Are you kidding me? Second goal immediately goes in. Actually, I thought Mopay had actually gone back and sit down. Someone told me he stepped onto the pitch. I didn't even notice because before I could blink, Newcastle had already had a third. It's dire. I actually thought I somewhat predicted 5-0 as well. I would like to see the betting odds on 4-0 and 5-0 because it wouldn't shock me at all if that was the end scoreline. Not much defending. Where have I seen that? Yeah, fair point. Hi, Chloe. Good to see you. We're not doing a phone in yet, but stay tuned because we'll probably do one Monday. We shall see. Need Coleman back so bad. I know he's old and well past it, but he plays with passion. He's the voice they will listen to. Here's the thing. He might be old and past it, but he's still the best right back on the team. I mean, I would part of me wants to give Sean Dyche the benefit of the doubt and say, Coleman, hang on. Zaha's down the left side here. I mean, it's really just it's thrown into the middle and hoping for something there on that one. So I can't say it should have been 4, but Palace are absolutely owning this game. It's still 3-2 though, even though Palace have most of the possession seemingly. West Ham are taking their chances. Anyway, I want to give Sean Dyche the benefit of the doubt and say that he didn't want to play a 70% Seamus Coleman because he was saving it for Leicester. Whether we want to admit it or not, given the coach greeting, given the fan atmosphere, given the fact that it's a home, it's Goodison, etc. Whether we want to admit it or not, Leicester is a much more important game. That's not debatable. Newcastle are on flying form. They just put 6 on Spurs, etc., etc. Leicester's the more important game. If you were saving Seamus Coleman to be fully fit for Leicester, I will have to trust you. But you've done so many stupid things lately that it's hard for me to trust. But just hoping. Shameless plug. I don't know what the shameless plug was. I missed it. It might have gotten banned. Maybe somebody's watching and banned, or maybe a robot banned it. I don't know. Would Nyanto make my team because our manager won't pick him in mine? I mean, I think so. He would provide. I mean, from what I've seen of Nyanto, he provides pace, and I'm not sure. Of course, he provides finishing quality, but I don't know how many goals he's had. I've seen a bit of it, but I can't tell you. I don't watch leads every week, so I don't know exactly how much. And he's not in my fantasy team, so I don't pay full attention. And I don't mean that disrespectfully. I just don't know how many times he's actually scored. He hasn't been playing though, has he? I don't know if he picked up another injury, but I haven't seen him. I don't think he's been on for the full minutes. So you would know more than I do, but of course he would slide into our team. I can't stress enough. Any player with pace and a somewhat competent football brain would slide into our team right now, and I emphasize somewhat competent. 5-4-1, I don't think would work. Get that back line as much protected as possible. Hit the long balls up the flanks. Hope either our wingers. Yeah, maybe. You know what? Maybe 5-4-1 might work now that we have DCL back. Honestly, I just think it'll be DCL standing up there by himself. But to be fair, that's kind of what he's mostly doing now anyway. But I personally hate 5 at the back. I'm not going to deny that it could work. Again, can't stress enough at this point. Try whatever. But I think if we're already piss poor with, it's not just the fact that putting another defender on would make our defense better, because our defenders are all bad at defending, with the exception maybe being James Tarkovsky. And I don't know if it's been him having the worst games lately or than he has in previous games of the season, or if it's the ones around him making him look worse. I get the feeling that Keane makes Tarkovsky look like a worse defender. It's just I don't know. We have to score goals. The defense is going to give goals up. The clean sheet at Palace was nice. Made it worse because we didn't score a fucking goal. Sorry, I need to stop swearing. We're way too early for that. It's 1:30 in the UK. We're not quite past the watershed yet. That's my new favorite saying, by the way. I love it. I will try not to be. I will do my best to not swear anymore. Fingers crossed. No promises. If Mabsy comes on, though, all bets are off. I got to keep up. Something going on behind the scenes with Nyanto. That's the only explanation for not playing him. Yeah, that's the thing. I thought he wasn't playing. And it seems like when he came in, all he was doing was good things. And so I was wondering. But now Sinistera, I saw today, was out for the season. And so now Nyanto has to come back in, right? I don't know. Patrick Bamford's not a natural goal scorer. He can do decent things at times, but he's not going to be – he's just not going to be just Bamford. You tell me, though. You know, whoever in the chat would definitely know more Leeds football than me. Deitch's conference referencing Mina, Chris. Yeah, buddy. I don't even. It's that wound me up so much because it was just an obvious, blatant lie. And that's the thing. If you're gonna not play Mina because you don't want to play Mina, I don't know. Maybe that wouldn't have gone over well either. All I know is if you're gonna go by he hasn't played a lot of football, that's a joke. It just is. So I don't know. Don't know where he's getting on with that. He obviously doesn't want to answer the question. That makes me think it does give some credence to the rumor about the money, whether it's we owe whoever money or whether Mina just wants to collect a paycheck and whether Deitch is. My thought was, if it was the case where Mina was fully fit and then just didn't want to play because he wanted to collect a paycheck and then F off in the summer, Deitch would be the guy to not really take that nonsense. And Deitch would be the guy to not call him out publicly, but kind of hint at it. And so since we didn't hear that, that makes me think that's not the case. But that almost I don't know which one's worse. Because now if he's fully fit and you're still not playing him, you're an idiot, an actual moron. Don't know. Can't play someone with a dodgy hamstring. He'd go as soon as he sprints. I would take 30 minutes of Yerry Mina with it's shot deflected save there. I would take 30 minutes of Yerry Mina right now with a chance of scoring a header off a corner than I would for 90 minutes of Michael Keane. I'm just so sick of watching Michael Keane play. It hasn't worked for how many years? It's just ridiculous. And don't tell me about the screamer he scored against Spurs. Yeah, the goal was fantastic. I agree with that, but that doesn't make up for every goal he's conceded. This is woeful defending by Palace right now. West Ham coming in with a bit of numbers. It's to the center. They finally step it up. Screams for handball. 5 minutes of added time in this first half, by the way. We're in minute 4 of extra time. Lazy defending right now from Palace. They do get lucky here and get a clear, but everyone's just looking at the ball. It's almost like Palace are just trying to get into halftime. West Ham try an absolute not a nonsensical shot, but it basically had basically had no chances of going in. Leicester are vulnerable in set pieces. Leicester are vulnerable in a lot of places. Leicester are not a great side. The fact of the matter is they have players who can score goals. They have players who will bring pace. They have players who can open us up. Anyone can open us up at this point. So Leicester are vulnerable. Can we score some goals? I don't know. I think that this team is truly out of gas. And God forbid if Leicester score first on Monday night, it's going to get ugly so quickly. They will hang their heads. They will drop their heads. They will, I don't want to say stop playing. The pace will be gone. They're not going to know what to do, and more goals will go in very quickly. We have to score first. Have to score first. Back five for you would be Coleman, Mina, Tarkovsky, Cody, and Patterson. Well, that's definitely not going to work because you're not going to put Patterson at left back. I mean, unless you really want a disaster class like we've been seeing. Coleman on the right, central defense of Mina, Tarkovsky, and Cody could work. I don't love it, but again, it could be worth a shot. But you're gonna if that's the formation, you're gonna have Mikalenko on the left. I don't love Mikalenko either, but I'm not gonna put a right back at penalty shot from Zaha, not given. I'm not gonna put Patterson at left back. That would end in I'll say potty mouth Mabsy. Yeah, he's proud of it too. We tried to calm him down, and we have. I think on his rant after the game the other day, I think after his his eighth F-bomb, he did say, "Oh, I'm sorry for swearing." So at least he noticed by his eighth that he's doing it. So progress, baby steps with our buddy Mabs. Morning, Chris. That's right. You guys have it's 5:30. Oh, that's right. You guys are on Pacific. You don't even do daylight saving, do you? Pickford for Lonigan. Stop it. Take the piss. There's a couple well, a little bit of back and forth. Bring Cody back. What's Cody done? I don't know. Cody's not great, but again, at this point, Keane is awful. So this isn't a stream meant to just slate Michael Keane either. It's just a fact. He's not a very good center back. And so if Cody provides a different voice and maybe something different, I don't know if that would work. Cody was making a lot of mistakes. And it seems like he's kind of resigned to the fact that he's not going to get a game. Okay. That's just, I'm okay with that. Cody's not very good or hasn't been very good. So, but if the choices at this point are Cody and Keane, yeah, I'd give Cody a game. Why not? Again, we have something that we know isn't working, 100% fact, know isn't working, and something we haven't seen in a couple months. Maybe he's got a different mentality, maybe some sort of confidence. From the sounds of it, he doesn't, because maybe he would have gotten in. And I mean, Keane is Sean Dyche's guy. It's just a fact. I mean, we all know it. We all know it. Everton fans are so harsh on Mikalenko. What, are you kidding me? Is that a joke? Mikalenko's awful. He's terrible. We're harsh on people that don't play well at football. Come on, man. Exactly. Leicester could be as vulnerable as they like. We don't score. Exactly. That's it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Until the ball goes in the net, I'm not going to be convinced that we can score on some of these teams. We scored 2 on Forest. We scored 2 on Chelsea. Okay. What have we done lately? Got to see it. And we got to see it Monday. It's got to happen now. There's no more. Even Sean Dyche said the other day, he said normal. He had finally resigned to, I don't buy into must-win games, but this one's must-win. I defended Mikalenko last season. It wasn't because of the whole Ukraine thing. It was because he really was still, I thought he was still a young footballer trying to find his way. He was basically forced into this role. He comes in, has a lot of nerves, makes a lot of mistakes early, very clear. Started to, whether people want to admit this or not, started to cut some of those things out during the season. He started to keep it simple, not try to do everything himself, make the simple pass, take your couple of, your 1 second of time if you have it. Don't rush it. Don't be, things were starting to look a little better. This season, it's been a disaster, plain and simple. Mikalenko's been atrocious. So Coleman's been the only fullback who's succeeded in Deitch's narrow back four style. He can read and intercept teams switching to his winger. Yeah, because Coleman's been there. He's got that experience of knowing when to take the chance and knowing when not to. That's the thing about Nathan Patterson. Excuse me. Patterson tries a lot to cut the route or cut the run or intercept passes, and all of a sudden he's gone. His winger is just behind him. Coleman's a little bit more methodical and calculated in when to do that and when not to. Coleman's a young guy trying to make a play, and that's why I don't necessarily fault him, because he has the good intentions. He's trying to make the play for his team. The problem is he's not being risk averse. The risk is far higher than the reward would be in a lot of cases, because the risk has obviously been rewarded for the other team, if you like. Sorry, I didn't phrase that properly, but the risk has not paid off, put it that way, because when you get burned and you give up a goal, when you get burned and give up a goal with this team who can't score goals, it just makes it 10 times worse. Not only that, though, I don't know how bad he must be in training to not get a game under Deitch at this point. And he's going to play Monday. He has to play Monday. Just has to. Just has to. Let me take that back. Sorry. If Coleman is fit, Coleman plays. I don't think Coleman is fit. I think Coleman is worse off than Sean Deitch is letting on. Hope I'm wrong. Would love to see Coleman. I don't think he's fit. So, if not Coleman on Monday, which I hope he's fit, I just don't think he is. If not Coleman, then it better be Patterson, or there will be going to be some angry Evertonians there for sure. He's out of his depth. It's not his fault. He's not the level we need. Blame the scouting network. Absolutely. 100%. I don't want to get into the board in the back, because I'm never going to stop. We can actually talk for hours, if not days, about the things that they've mismanaged and done wrong and just spent woefully on, et cetera, et cetera. This is how I felt about Salomon Rondon last season. Rondon was put into this role as trying to be a 90-minute Premier League striker. Never going to happen. I don't even remember how old Rondon was, but he was definitely in his 30s, right? Way past it. And so you start to feel for Rondon, because I got the impression, and you feel the way you feel, and that's totally fine. I got the impression that Rondon actually cared. He was incapable of doing anything because his legs don't do that anymore. It's like he was running in quicksand all the time, right? And of course, this season actually might suit Salomon Rondon, but that's irrelevant. The point is, that's how I felt about Rondon. Rondon didn't ask to play 90 minutes in a Premier League game. Rondon was brought on by whoever, and Rondon was told, you're going to play. You're going to go on the pitch. Okay, great. I would love that opportunity. Me, Domino Chris, I would love to go play striker for Everton Football Club. Guess what? I would embarrass myself times 10. And then everyone in the comments would be saying the same thing. What the hell is Domino Chris doing out there? He's not a Premier League striker. Of course I'm not. Of course I'm not. But they told me they're going to pay me a whole lot of money to go play striker for Everton Football Club. Sure, I'll try that. Sounds great. But I don't have it either. And neither does Ben Godfrey at right back, and neither does Salomon Rondon at striker, and neither do really, quite frankly, almost everyone on our squad right now. We've had good times. Oh, man, not even 8 a.m. over here, and I've had like 3 solid rants already. Maybe I need to make some more coffee, or less coffee, depending on your point of view. Anyone been surprised with the number of formations we played? Burnley side with 4-4-2, but it just doesn't work for us. The only thing I'll say to a 4-4-2 is I would be interested to see it work with I would be interested to try it with Calvert-Lewin and Sims. The question then becomes, who do you take out of the midfield? If you play 5 in the midfield, it's McNeil, Onana, Ghana, Decore, Iwobi. Natural answer is going to be Iwobi, right? Right side of midfield is going to be interesting to see either one of those 3 in the center that I named play. I don't know who exactly would thrive on the right side. You need Ghana in the center. I feel like you need Decore in the center, even though he's not been great. He had a suspension. He came back and quite frankly didn't look up for it the other night. He was only out 3 games. It wasn't like he was out for 6 months. There was no reason to have that much rust. And quite frankly, I don't know what's going on with Amadou Onana. He can try and work the crowd, and that's great, and rah, but he's just not doing much right now. Sean Dyche is not going to drop Onana, by the way, if he's fit, and so that kind of makes it tough because I want to see more of James Garner. He's been the guy that to me has been playing decent the last couple of weeks, but where is he going to fit in? That's the thing. If you're not going to drop a player like Onana, Decore, or Ghana, James Garner is a central midfielder. He's not going to fit in. I it just I And then you got people saying Iwobi's natural position is center mid. Iwobi's natural position's on the bench. Should be. The way he's been playing, Iwobi's been awful. Somebody told me we were on our post match, and Steve was talking about how he saw, Iwobi giving the fight and Iwobi trying to set things. I don't see it. I just don't think Iwobi is very good. Absolutely, just don't. This is a good question. We talked about it a bit earlier. If we survive, do we keep Deitch? I think the answer is yes, because I mean he signed a. I don't remember. I think he signed a 2.5, 3.5 year deal, whatever it was. It's not just an interim Frank Lampard style at Chelsea deal. Like Sean Dyche is supposed to be here. We can't sack another manager. We can't pay them. We're still paying Benitez. We're still paying Lampard, as far as I know. I actually wonder, since Lampard took the Chelsea job, I wonder if that stops our payments. My guess would be no, but I know that in American football, that's how it works often. These coaches get sacked all the time, especially in college football. They'll sign these massive, like 10-year deals, 8 to 10 year deals, and then get sacked after like year 3 or 4 when it's not working out. And then they're owed just, $30 million or something. There was a school, I think it was University of Florida, that at one point were paying at least 3 coaches and maybe 4 because they had a couple that they sacked almost right away, or really just after a year or two. Whatever the case, the point being, we're already hemorrhaging money and we're under financial restrictions. So I don't even think, even if we wanted to sack Deitch, I don't think we could. Don't know. That's just speculation, though. Rondon was too fat for Premier League football, and then I would take Rondon over Mope. Exactly. You wouldn't. No one here would take Solomon Rondon over Neil Mope. Honest question. I know that's not a fun game to play, but it's just a fact. I would. I absolutely would. At least Solomon Rondon can win a header, and that's not me making a short joke. I'm 5'4" on a good day, ladies and gentlemen. So I feel Neil Mope's pain in that regard, but he can't finish. He can't score. God, beating your head against the wall. Rondondinho, get in there. Brighton have the best recruitment in the Prem. Yeah, probably. Oh, not doing much. He's defensive midfielder who completed the most tackles, most clearances, most interceptions, didn't get dribbled past once. Yeah, do you really want to go watch that game again and watch how many times Onana was just walking around, jogging around the pitch and not doing much at all? I'm not saying he was the worst on the pitch by any means, but to me, I mean, maybe you've seen something I didn't see. And if you don't want to just point to that game, I can give you a few Onana performances this season that left a lot out there. Go back to the Villa game. Watch him get the yellow on 2 minutes, 3 minutes, whatever it was. Non-existent for the rest of the game. Non-existent for the next 3 matches, especially against Forest. Onana at Forest was awful. I want Onana to be good. I've argued with Ryan a bit on this because he said this for a lot of the season, and sometimes unjustly, because Onana sometimes. I'll say, let me back up on this because I want to make it clear. Not having Onana on the pitch, we've seen, is a bit worse, right? Some people look clueless in different positions, but the point I'm making is we rely on Onana a lot. We expect more. We need more. We need Onana trying to create things. We need Onana making tackles. We need Onana contributing to the attack. We need more because that's what we spent money on Onana for. And Onana's going to be gone in a few weeks anyway, so it's almost a moot point. Yeah, a lot of people don't want to hear this. The only manager recruited well the last 10 years was Marco Silva because he brought in Richarlison, Yerry Mina, Lucadinho, Andre Gomez, Kurt Zuma, yada, yada, yada. You could make a case, honestly, that Frank Lampard recruited well because we had players that were, these players didn't set the world on fire. I don't want to start on Dele Alli and Van de Beek and all this kind of stuff. The point I'm making is Lampard did have players that wanted to come play for him, right? we didn't have players like Sulemana picking Southampton over Everton, dead bottom over Everton, who apparently was going to come and play for Frank Lampard. We did Arnott Danjuma apparently was going to come and play for Frank Lampard. We sack Lampard, and all these two go wherever they went. We know where they went. Danjuma rides the bench most of the season at Spurs. Apparently, all of the I don't know. I don't know who we actually offered money for. I think we offered money for IU on deadline day, and others. There were negotiations, and maybe I'm giving the board too much credit there because I don't know if there actually were negotiations. All I know is there were players that for some reason wanted to come play for Lampard. Don't know why. Maybe Alex Iwobi did improve a bit under Lampard, but now he's kind of gone back. It's not this. I don't buy into this. Iwobi was great, or Iwobi is great thing. Iwobi was better. Yes. Last season, Iwobi was much better. Call it a turnaround if you like. But that's what we needed from Iwobi the whole time. What do we pay for Iwobi? 34 million? 35 million? Whatever it was? It's ridiculous. You know what? To be fair, you're right. I should now start giving our players credit for actually being in the correct position. You're right. Congrats to one of our players for doing their job. One, if that's the case. What's meaning Cody got to do it again? The team. Michael Keane's just this guy. It just is what it is. They do say the same thing about Konage, by the way. Not as much. I think they expect because Onana has more of the size. I think they expect him to get more in there and try to create something, whether it's justified or not. I think that is what people expected when we signed Amadou Onana. Duncan should have got the job. Okay, Mark. I don't know what ale you're on, but maybe put it down for a bit. And I love Duncan Ferguson, but this would be that we if Duncan would have gotten the job, we probably would be down already. Same with Lampard. That's the mistake some people make when hearing what I'm saying. If we'd have kept Lampard, first off, we kept Lampard too long. Second, if we'd have kept him longer, it would have been worse. We'd already be down. Sacking Lampard was the right choice. Just don't know if the replacement was the right choice. But I don't know if anyone could have come in and done anything with this squad. But that makes it somewhat more frustrating because Deitch did something right away. And then just the inept lack of awareness and lack of common sense. I'm not pretending like I'm a Premier League manager. I'm not pretending like I know everything that goes on behind the scenes. I'm not pretending like I know every single in-game tactic to change. But I am saying I know not to play Ben Godfrey at right back. I am saying I know that when my players are on the pitch and I have subs on the bench, they're dragging tongues, looking over to the bench every 2 minutes for a sub. I know to make a sub. There are simple things to do that every single person in this world can see, and he's just not doing it. I don't know if it's stubbornness. I don't know if he's been told by someone else. I don't know, but it's maddening. It's maddening. I actually would I would drop Iwobi, but I don't know who comes in on the right side. Then if you put James Garner on the right side, I wonder. I think he'll be okay because I do think James Garner has the mindset. I think James Garner has the ability to adapt. I don't know why. It's an instinct. Like James Garner hasn't seen a ton of playing time. He's coming back, but when he's been on the ball, James Garner for me, from what I've seen from James Garner, seems like when he gets the ball, he's already got a plan. Whether it's quick turn and go, quick, find this man, find this. He has at least got a little bit of awareness on the pitch. That's why I think he might be able to adapt to the right side and make something happen. Whereas these other guys don't. Decore has no awareness whatsoever on the pitch. Decore gets the ball and hopes something good happens or hopes he finds a blue shirt, just hopes. And don't get me started on Decore's one-on-ones. Somebody brought that up the other day, something about putting Decore in a more attacking position. This is the same Abdoulaye Decore that we saw get a breakaway with the goalie and actually fall over his own feet. And that's a perfect perfect segue to bring in our Buddy, let me make sure he's good behind the scenes. Ryan, you ready here? I don't know what he's saying. Probably something ridiculous. What are you saying over there? One
Wait.
sec. Wait. All right, Ryan's off. I don't know what he's saying. He's giving me a little illusion thing. Give me a thumbs up when you're ready. All right. Oh man. All right. Second half has started, by the way. We're 3 minutes into the second half. This is a horrible take. Godfrey left back over Mikalenko. He's awful and doesn't have a clue. Here's the thing. I don't know who you're talking about. You could be talking about either of these players. Mikalenko is a left back. Godfrey is not a left back. Godfrey needs to be nowhere near the wings in the back at any point ever again, no matter who he plays for. The experiment does not work. When we tried Godfrey at left back, he got destroyed. His off the ball positioning was awful. Had no clue where he was, where the defender, or I'm sorry, where his man was that he was attempting to mark. No clue. Mikalenko is not a good footballer. Godfrey is so much worse as a left back than Mikalenko. Sorry. That's just it. Just is what it is, and he's 10 times worse on the right side. That's what we need. Team player here. Hit the like and subscribe, everybody. We'd appreciate it. The ticker is up to date, mainly because there haven't been any goals lately. So, and we're just a bit. We're about 4 minutes away from the team news coming out for Brighton and Forest, and then the other game, Brentford, and I'm forgetting who Brentford are playing. Actually, escaping me. But Brighton and Forest is the only one that I'm sorry, Brighton aren't playing Forest. Sorry, what am I talking about? Brentford and Forest. Brighton are playing what, Wolves? Yes, Brighton are at home to Wolves. Brentford and Forest is what I meant. Brighton and Forest was last week because that's the one we all expected Brighton to actually show up for. It really was just awful timing. Brighton go to the FA Cup semifinal. Brighton go 120 minutes. Brighton lose on penalties to Man United. And with our luck, that's the next match. Brighton at Forest. Awful timing. Brighton were a bit tired. Brighton still had their chances. Still should have taken them. I'll give them that because Forest were still wide open. But the fact of the matter is Forest put 3 back past them. Forest haven't scored 3 goals all season. They catch a tired Brighton defense at the wrong time for us. And it is what it is. Yes, Brentford and Forest and Wolves at Brighton. Thank you very much, Chris Russell. I apologize and appreciate you. We have to play one, and they're both awful. Just a matter of oh no, you're entitled to your opinion, bud. I don't always have strong takes. That one I am so convinced of. I cannot see Ben Godfrey. I'm not gonna say I never will see him in an Everton shirt again. I'm not one of those guys, but I cannot see Ben Godfrey as a left back or right back again this season. It cannot happen. It's so bad. And the sad thing is, I think Ben Godfrey, I don't want to get into who loves the club and who doesn't care, etc. I really think Ben Godfrey cares a lot. And he falls into the same Solomon Rondon category we were talking about in terms of like he just doesn't have it, but he absolutely cares. Dwight McNeil seems like he loves the club. Dwight McNeil might work harder than anybody else on our team, but Dwight McNeil's just not very good. He is the better, if not the best of the bunch on the pitch right now, but he's just not that good. Ben Godfrey wants it. I want it for Ben Godfrey. I want it for me. I would love to be good. I'm not that good. Ben Godfrey's not that good. Oh, yeah. No, that's a great shout. Niels and Kunku for left. At least he gets down the way. I mean, I was clamoring for Niels to play when he was here, when he was getting in the squad. And he seemed like he just could never get the minutes. Why? Give it a shot. Don't know. I disagree. Godfrey Care is meant to be a defender. He watches players walk past him. If you're speaking of the 4th goal after his useless manager left him on the pitch to get embarrassed by every single Newcastle player that walked on and left him out to dry with seemingly as a player, you sort of get the mindset now of why is this guy have it out for me? Why is this guy trying to make me look stupid? Ben Godfrey might not show up for the next few games at all. Like, he might just go home, and I think he would be justified in doing it. I think that's on the manager. I really do. I think Deitch did him so wrong. And that's just a matter of opinion and disagreement. No, he didn't. No, stop. The second and third goal were awful. He was beaten, but he wasn't walking. Stop. That's just wrong. Tom Davis at right back. Stop it. If I see Tom Davis at right back, I will turn the TV off. That will be the only time I've not watched. I can't remember the last game I've missed, quite honestly. That will be the time. I will absolutely have finally found a way to not watch Everton Football Club. Lose Monday and we're down. Yeah, that's a fact. I'm worried. I'm worried about Monday. I'm worried about the reactions people are going to have. I am worried about Monday because I don't see us winning. Not much this second half. A couple of Palace shots, but they've sailed significantly over the net. It's still 3-2 to Palace on 54 minutes in this game. Again, I mean, West Ham aren't safe until they are, so I guess we're on the Palace bandwagon today if we had to pick a team. I don't think it matters, but as we bring in our good friend, the channel boss himself, our founder, Mr. Ryan.
Yes, I am the chairman of Follow Everton. We've had good times. Actually, I'll say we've had good times. We've never had good times. I started this channel March 2021, actually, 2021. And in the 2 years since we started, we've had no good times. We've had laughs, but we haven't had good times to celebrate.
I have told everyone about 30 minutes ago that it was your fault that this thing started going this way. So expect a lot of nasty letters.
Well, Chris, I set this up in lockdown because I was a bit bored.
Yeah.
My vocation was one that you profession, should say, was one that you couldn't do while you were in the lockdown because it relies on social gatherings.
Right.
So I thought, what can I do? Everton have got Carlo Ancelotti, James Rodriguez. We were fighting for top four. We were in and around there around February. I thought, great, I'm going to make my own Everton channel. And 2 years later, we're coming on and basically everyone's laughing at us. But misery loves company. So, people are coming on here for the social side of it. So appreciate that. But there's a few things I want to ask you, Chris.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not going to be on here long because I do have to go to work and get ready very shortly. But I think there's a few things we can cover with the Premier League game in the backdrop. So feel free to jump in if anything.
Oh, if something. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So the first thing I want to ask you about was the Sean Dyche press conference for the Leicester game.
Sure.
Now I got to be honest with you. I listened to this and I thought this was something like out of a Darren Farley sketch. I thought it was it was almost like a parody of himself. Some of the things he was coming out with. I'm just, for the benefit of our audience, going to repeat some of this stuff because
go ahead.
Couldn't quite believe it, and I'm sure you know what I'm alluding to here.
Yeah, it's a wind up.
Sean, he says we've won 1 in 10. I mean, some of this I've cut up obviously to make it read a bit easier, but 1 in 10. He said there's only so much we can change with the players we have. First and foremost, Chris, is that strictly true?
Maybe, but not something your players certainly want to hear, I would think. If anything, I mean, I'm not saying praise them like they're the greatest players of all time, but in terms of yes and no is the answer to this question, because with the players you have a lot of crap players, right? You're not exactly going to shoot up the table, but of course there isn't. We've discussed in great detail for the last hour why Ben Godfrey should not be on the pitch again this season, right? You've got a right back on the bench that you're not playing at right back. You've got a center back, a not very good center back that you're playing at right back and at left back who has failed at both. You've got an actual fully fit center back, the best one on our team, that you're not playing because you want to play your mate, Michael Keane, that's been with you for a few years. You've got James Garner sitting on the bench, who's arguably been our best player in the last 2 or 3 weeks, who for some reason is not finding minutes because you continuously want to play Alex Iwobi in his not natural position, which I still think is natural positions on the bench.
Yeah.
Don't know. I think there are a few things you can change, and no, we're not a Champions League side, but I just when fully fit, I think there are 3 teams worse, but whatever.
To say that there's nothing he can change or there's only so much he can change, I agree to some extent, but he has options there. He could have put a normal right back in. He could have played James Garner. He can go 4-4-2. He's got a pretty much fully fit squad now. And of those players, I looked at the team that played against Newcastle and thought they should have enough to beat some of the teams in the league,
right?
1 to 11. And that, my opinion is that Sean Dyche isn't doing anywhere near enough as coach to get the best out of these players compared to what we've seen with the other bouncers at the other dross teams of the league. But he did say the problems are deep. I don't know whether to put my cat hair infused pop shield on, just because.
Why not?
I can imagine. Are you getting a bit of pee and?
No, it sounds fine.
Sounds all right. Anyway,
I want to remind everyone that he was about to put Neil Maupay on before Ellis Sims the other day.
What was the score at that point?
It was 1-0. Maupay is getting a drink, about to come in. Almost immediately after that, the second one goes in. I don't know, actually, excuse me, if Maupay, I thought Maupay had then gone and sat down. Someone later told me he didn't, that he did come on. I don't know this because Newcastle had a third before I could even blink. So, and then Maupay was on.
Yeah, I think that, I think he was going to bring Maupay on for Garner and go 4-4-2. And then because we conceded the second goal or whatever it was at the time, it just was like for like swap for Calvert-Lewin to give him a breather because the game was gone by that point. So I think we'll put the cat hair infused
beautiful
pop shield back on there. But
legacy
you've got a dog, you understand. The problems are deep, he said as well. I thought he was saying the problems were just noise at one point. Anyway, he says they're deep. Then he said these are some of the statements that really I found a bit bizarre. Chris is asking about Maupay. I don't know, to be honest, mate. I can't remember. And Sean must rate Maupay to some description. I mean, he scored goals in the Premier League last season. I think he hit nearly 10 goals. He should have a part to play. He should have been able to contribute 6, 7, 8 goals this season, along with another striker who gets 15, Calvert-Lewin. And then he's 20-odd goals, and we double the tally that we've got now because we've had no output from centre-forward for the entire season. And I can assure you if we'd have got 40 to 45 goals at this stage, which is what I'd expect, we'd be probably around 12th or 13th in the table. So that's what not having a striker has done to us. So he said, if we played like we did in the first half and lost, there's a future in that and that style of performance. So I found that to be quite hilarious. He said, having a goal scorer makes you defend better because you have someone who can score goals. Now, hear me out, Chris, with this one. If you stick Romelu Lukaku up front and you know you've got a scorer someone who's going to score you goals, you've got a big confidence boost. You feel like you've got something to fight for and play for. But I don't quite understand what he means by it makes you defend better because you have someone who can score goals. It doesn't necessarily mean you defend better. You've got more to fight for. You've got more confidence, I think. But
yeah, I don't even know where he's going. Like when I first read that, for some reason, I don't even think I interpreted it the right way because my first thought was maybe that means you have to be aware that Calvert-Lewin's there. We'll call him Calvert-Lewin. When you be aware that Calvert-Lewin's there, and so that will prevent maybe a defender or two coming forward because they always have to be aware. And so maybe that goes into some of the defense because you don't have to worry about a full attack. But I think that's not the right way to look at it. But that's what I thought for some reason the first time I saw that. But in terms of if it's just a confidence thing, then yeah, that's just silly, right? I don't know.
As I said a second ago, not having a goal scorer has killed us. That's the reason we'll potentially be relegated this season.
But we still
You've got to have someone who can score goals in that position, and you have 3 strikers, and everyone else has got one. And so we're playing with a handicap, Chris.
Right.
He said until the second goal, that was a very good performance. I mean, it's like he doesn't read the room. We did turn up for 45 minutes. We did try.
We had
a go.
We kinda okay. We had a little bit of pace, and yes, we had the ball. That doesn't mean that we had a great first half, right? If I genuinely, there's no ideas, there's no creativity. I saw 3 3 Dwight McNeil shots from about 27 yards, all of which were very comfortably handled. There wasn't any real threats, any big chance, anything else. Yes, we had the ball in the attacking third. Yes, that is technically somewhat of an improvement. But again, that makes it more depressing because we have nothing. We have no end finishing product. That might be the best first half. That's a penalty shout, and it might be a penalty. Yeah, penalty to Palace. Horrible defending by West Ham. They've been just atrocious at defending this entire game, and they have paid honestly, it could be 5 or 6, but it's still 3-2 with Zaha likely to take this penalty. It's just awful. That might be the best we can do, and we still went into the half down 1-0. So I don't know who, like you said, read the room. I don't know who he's talking to, who he's trying to fool. It sounds as though he thinks he's talking to people who didn't watch the game, right?
I watched the game. I was there at the ground. And
by the way, sorry, Zaha goes down untouched, so this one is going to be interesting. I don't know how that's. I mean, VAR will intervene. I don't. It's Fabianski in goal, by the way. I said earlier I didn't know who was in goal, but VAR is checking it. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. You watched the game. You were there.
I was there. We tried to stop Newcastle by squeezing up, compact, keeping a lot of numbers. When we pressed, it wasn't one person. It was everyone going together, squeezing up. Everyone was touch tight with the Newcastle players, and I liked that. It allowed us to win the ball back up the pitch. It allowed us to win the ball back in midfield. On the times when they did beat our press, which wasn't very often, they caused us problems, as you saw with the goal. That is a prime example. Playing out from the throw in, switching play very quickly, past our press, and across. And absolutely, Ben Godfrey should do better. The centre half should do better. The goalkeeper should do better. But in general, that first half, from a defensive point of view, that's what I want to see Everton do. Squeeze up when we can, when the opposition are playing out from the back. What's gone on there? Sorry.
They've given a penalty. It was actually Eze that's gone down, not Zaha. And they've given the penalty. I don't know how, but is what it is. And it looks like Eze's got the ball, so it looks like he is going to correct me if I'm wrong. I thought Zaha was the penalty taker, but this might be his first game back. Maybe they didn't want to put him back on the spot.
Didn't want his foot to fall off. Good fun.
He has taken a couple nasty fouls this game too. So, but he's still on the pitch. We're on 65 minutes, so I wouldn't be surprised if this goes in. We'll probably see Zaha subbed.
He's the one that got away for a 75 million. We were desperate for him at one point, weren't we?
I don't know.
We bidded 40 and they said 75.
As a steps up, it is 4-2. Calmly puts it in. Calmly puts it to Fabianski's right.
Fuck off. Fuck off and fuck off again.
It's too early for that. I apologize for swearing earlier. And I said if Mabs comes on, we'd have problems. Not Ryan.
I hate them all. I hate West Ham. I hate Palace. You can both do one. I'm bitter. I'm bitter they're staying up. I'm bitter they're both staying up.
We're not down yet.
Let me just continue on what we're saying.
Yeah,
defensively,
go ahead.
The way we squeezed and pushed up against Newcastle for 45 minutes is exactly what I want to see. But the concern for me is when the press gets beaten, why are we so slow to get back into our shape, get numbers back, and revert more into a mid to low block? Everyone behind the ball, organised, stop teams playing through us, and defend for your lives. That's what we haven't done under Dyche. That's something I'm really disappointed about. I thought we were going to get a team that could really dig in and defend and get numbers behind the ball when they didn't have it, and when they needed to defend like that, they could. But also mix it up and press when they can, and know the times you have to drop, know the times where you got to press. Very disappointed in that from Sean Dyche. 19 goals conceded since Michael Keane came back into the team. Yet Yerry Mina and Conor Cody can't get a look in. Very, very bizarre. Anyway, just moving back onto the interview, he said when he asked about Yerry Mina, he deflected. He started talking about how he pressed from the front better, and that helps the defence. So completely went away from it. He was pushed a little bit more, and he said Mina hasn't played a lot of football and has had injuries, but is a very good player. Well, Michael Keane hadn't had a lot of football when he was brought in.
Mason Holgate.
So it doesn't wash. Doesn't wash. He just doesn't like Yerry Mina.
Ben Godfrey didn't have a lot of football. Mason Holgate didn't have a lot of football. It's nonsense. And that's when I said to you yesterday, I said something along the lines of, I'm sick of Dyche. He's a liar and he's masking it with eloquent words or whatever I said. And because it's true. The answer like that is a joke. I don't know. Here's the problem. I don't know if I would rather hear that why they're actually not playing him. There's some theory out there that if he plays 5 more games, we owe money to Barcelona. There's the obvious theory that he's effing off in the summer and just doesn't want to play and collect a paycheck, wants to be a Cenk Tosun type, whatever. Maybe that's not the best thing to say. I get the feeling that if that was the case and he was choosing not to play when fully fit, we would hear that from Deitch, not in so many words, but Deitch is kind of a no-nonsense, like we would hear that in his voice and he would be hinting at it. So I don't think it's that. But that's worse. If he's fully fit and he's not playing, then Sean Deitch is an idiot, right? He's a moron.
At this point, yeah. I mean, I gave him the benefit of the doubt for Michael Keane at the start. But I think after this many goals conceded and the lack of authority in defence, and I'm not saying he would have done any better. He might not have done any better, Chris. But the fact of the matter is, when you can see something's not working in your central defensive partnership, and he'll say it is. He said up until the second goal, Michael Keane played superb.
But that's the scary part. That's terrifying if he thinks that that's working.
It doesn't matter anyway because we conceded more goals.
Well, no, true, but my point is, if we're going to get the
95 friggin' minutes.
My point is, if the quote is he thinks it's working and he thinks it's great, nothing's going to change. That's the scary part. We're not going to see anything different. It will be Keane and Tarkowski on Monday, absolutely. The only question is who's going to play right back. It's going to be Mikalenko on the left. Who plays right back? If it's Coleman, fine, he's fit, whatever. If it's not Coleman and it's not Nathan Patterson, I'm going to be angry. And I mean, yes, I'll watch, but I don't know for how long.
Listen, I've been thinking about this more and more in the Championship next season. We'll lose Calvert-Lewin, Onana and Pickford.
It will be.
Go on a cheap. But the problem is a lot of these players aren't actually good enough to play at Premier League level, and they're on big wages. Yes, some of them will get clubs, but we will get left with the dross. Some of the players actually, like perhaps Tarkowski, will do very well at Championship level. There are a few of them that I think would comfortably win the Championship, are good enough to win Championship. And if we kept the core group of these players and perhaps got maybe I expect Onana to go. Doucouré's contract will expire. So there's 2 that'll definitely leave there. Pickford, Calvert-Lewin.
Obviously, Mina.
And Yerry Mina on a free. I would say the core of the rest of that group, if you can supplement it, should have enough to at least, I'd probably say win the Championship or second in the Championship. I just think in terms of the quality of the players, they should have enough to beat level. Got a very important call coming in, which I probably should take and then jump straight back on to talk about the fan advisory board letter and the Premier League attendances. So can I jump back on and off? Is that okay? 2 seconds.
See you in a bit. Yep. So we almost had a 5th for Palace. Palace playing very physical now. We are 70 minutes in. It is Palace by 4 goals to 2. And no one reminded me to update the ticker. Come on, guys. My audience is supposed to be paying attention. It's all your fault. Let's get this updated. It is 4 goals for Crystal Palace. What minute was that on? Let's have a look. Palace fully deserved it. I don't think that it was. I mean, they deserve it regardless, but I don't think that it was a pen, quite honestly. But it is what it is. Palace have had more chances this half anyway. I don't want to say West Ham aren't up for it. I mean, they're trying to hold shape, but they haven't offered much from an attacking perspective. I believe Danny Ings has just come on. Did not see who went off, but West Ham trying to find something from this game. As decent as West Ham, they have found a better run of form lately, but they had been better about not conceding as many goals after Newcastle went in there and I think they might have put 5 on them. But since then they'd been pretty decent, but they concede 4. Their away form had been pretty poor up until recently for most of the season, and so this is reverting back to that. They concede 4 today so far, and it's 4 goals to 2. At 4-3. Lila is a bit ahead of me, so I will trust that this corner goes in, and it does. I don't know if that's Mikhail Antonio or this gentleman who's just scored. What a ding-dong of a game. Yeah, no kidding. If you had the over bet, you're doing well here. I cannot see who scored. Palace defense wondering what went wrong. Look to be blaming each other. It's again the same guy that's given up the penalty. A lot of oh, he might be offside. Antonio's offside. So if this ball, you know what, this is going to be interesting. So Antonio's not offside. My mistake. Palace did have a defender behind that. The defender was so far back that I completely missed him. I don't know who that goes off of. It's Antonio or Aguerd. Regardless, it's hang on, let's see this. You know what's funny? If that goes off Antonio, goes in off his arm. I don't think there's enough here to overturn it, though. It's probably Aguerd's goal. Regardless, Aguerd gives up the penalty at one end and then scores the goal at the other. Scoreline on the ticker. Oh, that's hilarious. So I updated all the goals and then forgot to update the actual score. I'm so good at this. All right. I'm going to keep it at 4-2 now because this goal is not official. If you do see a goal, please don't spoil it in the chat for me just because I'd like to see it. Not mad or anything. If you do it, I'm not going to lose my mind, but I would like to see it before you tell me the score because I'm probably a bit behind on my stream. It is 4-3. However, so let's get that updated. I still love you, Lila. Nothing personal. That is Aguerd. So anyway, what I was saying was Souček scores a goal and basically gives one up at the other end. Goal and an assist on each end, it was said. And now Aguerd gets up a penalty and comes back and gets the goal. So much love. Appreciate you, Lila. Appreciate everybody for being here. I keep saying it's early in the morning. It's not early for a lot of folks on this stream, but I appreciate it. USA channel definitely behind. Yeah, I'm on USA Network, Chris. I appreciate everybody being here. If you haven't liked and subscribed already, please do. I will probably remind you every 30, 45 minutes or so, just because you never know what new viewers we have. We've gotten about 100 subs in the last couple of days because we had a great post-match reaction to Newcastle. So we are riding that momentum. You can also find my personal channels at Real Domino Chris on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And I appreciate the follow and subscribe on my channels as well. But we're all growing and we're growing together and we're having quite a good time doing it. So we're just going to keep that momentum going. 75 minutes in right now, and it is 4 goals for Palace, 3 goals for West Ham. Wouldn't surprise me if there's a mutiny. What do you mean, mate? Are you talking about after Monday? What do you mean? Let's see. Gray would turn the championship inside out. Nah. Maybe. It is low. I mean, let's have it right. It is lower quality in the championship. I think that's I don't know. My gut says the physicality would be too much for Gray. Gray has now, here's my problem with Damari Gray, and I have a couple, but my main one now is, and maybe he was always like this, and I don't remember it. Gray now has become a player that anytime he gets touched, forget the football, Gray is just going like this and looking at the ref and saying, where's the call? He's so focused on actually getting the calls now that he's not even playing football anymore. And he already wasn't a great footballer anyway. He was a average to maybe above average footballer. Gray has done good things for us. He scored goals. He scored a few this season. He's obviously scored, worldies. I'll never forget the Arsenal goal, etc. He's scored goals for us, and he's our penalty taker right now, I believe, when Calvert-Lewin's not fit, even though at this point I think Gray should be taking them over Calvert-Lewin. Whatever. I don't want Gray to become that guy that's just always looking at the ref. Focus on the football. Stop just going down. Stop looking for a call. Are you guys still going to stream if we're in the championship? I will stream if we're in National League playing Southport FC. I will live stream it from the ground. Hope to see you there. I'll stream from Wrexham away in 2 seasons. Stop it. Supporters ran out Martinez, Barkley, Gore. Just stop it. That's nonsense. How much should Everton supporters be held accountable for what? Held accountable for what? I mean, you're on a wind-up at this point, right? I am fully for away supporters. I don't care what club you are. You're more than welcome in the chat as long as you don't get personal with people and spout nonsense like that. If you want to take the piss about Everton, fine. I can get over that. I'm about banter and that sort of thing. But this is just a true question. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. That's ridiculous. Some people do think I have heard that theory. I just don't subscribe to it. Supporters did not run off Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon ran off Anthony Gordon. I'll stop. Take care. No, I didn't ask that. I'm just asking you. But if you want, I mean, you're more than welcome to stay. But if you want to go, that's no problem. They took the money. That's okay. They're professional footballers who get paid to play football. I don't even care. I'm not mad at a player like Ross Barkley for going to take the money. I don't care. If you want to go somewhere else, go somewhere else. If you don't want to be, I can't say this enough. And this is why I didn't care that Anthony Gordon left. If you don't want to be here, which he clearly didn't want to be, goodbye. Go away. We want players who want to be here and who are willing to actually put the shift in, not players who don't want to turn up to training, not players who don't want to play for the teammates, not players who don't want to play for the badge or the fans or the pride or whatever. That's an interesting way of putting it. So what if he exaggerates? Most players do. I think he's a better player when he's actually focusing on making the runs and actually focusing on staying up. And I mean, it's my personal opinion. I'm not saying that there's not a time and place for trying to win a set piece. I'm saying that he doesn't have to do it every single time he gets the ball and then immediately just to assume he's going to get a call. Because sometimes that can end a run that was promising, or sometimes that can end a buildup of play. It's just, I don't think it needs to be done every time. Yeah, Isak's run was some people are saying it's the worst goal they've ever seen at Goodison Park, and well, I don't know. Don't know. Already blocked. Sorry, just going through the comments. Still 4-3. We're approaching 80 minutes. I have not looked at the team news for the other games, but I will actually take a look at that now. Let's see what we've got for Brentford and Forest. See if either of these have a full side. Let's have a look here. All right, let's see if I can get this over on my here. Give me 1 second, boys and girls. Let's get this on the screen in case anyone cares. If not, that's cool too. But okay, so I've got Brentford. Let's get Forest as well. All right, Brentford first. Not too much different here from what I can see, although I must admit I don't know who was in Brentford's back four every week, but the names I obviously recognize are in the front six from a fantasy perspective. And it's regular with the possible exception of maybe Wissa on the bench, but I'm not sure if he's been starting. De Silva obviously will get some minutes as well. But Tony's in there, Mbumo's in there, Jensen as well. They have their weapons in on a very, very vulnerable Forest defense. So I expect some goals from Brentford in this one. Tony is usually not a lock, but Tony usually gets his goals at home. From a Forest perspective, I mean, Brennan Johnson and Gibbs White, those are their two scores. Danilo did get a goal and looked a little bit better last game, but other than that, it's just not a team that I expect to score. You've got Dennis on the bench, you've got IU on the bench. I don't know. I just, it's not from a rooting perspective. It's just Brentford's supposed to win this game. But nothing really, I guess, out of the ordinary here. Chris Wood, obviously a Forest signing. He's out for the season. So that was where a lot of people thought that their goals were going to come from. I didn't know that Jonjo Shelvey was injured, or unless he's just been dropped. Perhaps I've missed that. I just remember seeing him a few weeks ago. I must say I have not paid much attention to Forest football this season. I've been too busy watching Everton, be terrible. Black Dragon, morning. What's up, buddy? Good to see you, my mate. At one time, Gordon and Godfrey were our best players. There were no times at all ever where Gordon and Godfrey were our best players. There was a time where Gordon was our most promising young player. I'll give you that. But at no point was he our best player at any level. I would say, you know what? I'll slightly back off of that. I remember back in 2020, 21, where he was basically the guy that was providing a spark in our very listless team, right? And so I'll give you that. I don't think he was the best player on the pitch by any means, but I think he was at least the guy that could get them going. He seemed the hungriest. He seemed the only one that was ready to make a play. But I don't know. It kind of, I don't want to say canceled itself out. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Gordon too much. If I'm on, so many people slate Gordon. I don't think he deserves all of the shtick he gets. I think he has brought a lot of it on himself, though. But yeah, I don't know. What am I missing? Wolves and Brighton and Wolves. Let's see what Brighton have going for them. Brighton starting 11 today. Steals and goal. Good for my fantasy team. Sully March gets the start. Pascal Gross gets the start. McAllister and Matoma on the bench. Wow. That's going to upset some people in fantasy. Although maybe they'll get some fresh legs. And Ciso gets the start. He's a young player that's been doing wonders for Brighton. I know, what a shocker. Brighton with great recruitment and making young players actual Premier League footballers and then selling them for profit. How about that? What a concept. Estupinian starts on defense, even though I believe that they might have spelled his name wrong in their own lineup, unless I'm going crazy. Interesting lineup here, though. You're having World Cup winner Alexis McAllister on the bench, and then Kaoru Matoma, who has just been your absolute stud in the midfield. Don't know. Buonanotte, who scored last game. It is a weird lineup. Brighton, though, really going for the managing the minutes thing. And that's another thing. I know they have options, and that's going to make them dangerous. But with a team like Brighton, Everton have to go to Brighton. They will have games like this where they have to manage these minutes because they have so many games coming up. Trying to look for any bright side as to whether we might beat Brighton. I don't see it happening. But point being, we might not get their full 11. Just hopefully we turn up to do anything. I don't know. I'm not even going to look at Wolves. I don't care who Wolves are playing, quite frankly. I better not show this. Okay, good. It prevented me from I got back to the stream, and luckily it prevented me from showing that. I don't want another copyright strike on this channel. That would suck. Remember when Godfrey and Holgate were our center back pairing last season against Wolves? Yeah, I don't want to talk about it. It's depressing. Key players, but never the best, were Gordon and Godfrey. I don't blame Gordon for leaving. He does a favor, but he's an incredibly unlikable player. Yeah, we have a few unlikable players, but I actually agree with you. I don't know. I don't know what it's going to take to have people want to come play for us again, you know? Mr. Weston, good to see you, buddy. Afternoon. Hope things are well your way, bud. And Zizo going to score another screamer and somebody will pay $70 million. Exactly. Brighton are just going to make the money. I don't know what it's going to take to have people want to come play for us again. It's such a sad state of affairs. Then it was on deadline day. It was just depressing. It really was. It was just depressing. We are getting close to the end of normal time here. We are 86 minutes in. It is still Palace by a score of 4-3 with possession of the ball. And quite frankly, looking like the better side, although West Ham do have a bit of a run here with some numbers. Trying to play the long ball to Antonio, and tell you what, he's got some space. Keeper's out of his net, going for the long shot. Nothing doing there. Yeah, Black Dragon, this is YouTube. I've got it all. This is my buddy, my video game buddy from Twitch here. I just met yesterday. Great guy. He is. This is YouTube comments. We are talking football/soccer for you young Americans right now. So no video games this time. Jack of all trades, video games, football commentary, podcasts, casino reviews, poker content, chess, dominoes, you name it. I'm a variety entertainer. What can I tell you? But Twitch is a new thing I'm on now. If anybody in the comments have Twitch. This is currently streaming to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. So trying to find all the audiences that we can. Seeing what happened to Blackpool sent a shiver down my spine. Yeah, Blackpool likely going down. It's wild. And I mean, it wasn't that long ago. What, 10 years, 11 years ago? Wigan won the FA Cup and were relegated from the Prem, and now Wigan will be down in League One. Sunderland still with an outside shot to make the playoff. I was taking a look at the championship table this morning. It's going to be an interesting one. Only a couple of games left to play, and still plenty of teams vying for those I guess the 5th and 6th spots in the playoffs. Still wide open. The only one Luton has clinched, and I forget who's. I think Millwall are very close if they haven't clinched. But Burnley will be up. Sheffield will be up. So it will absolutely be an interesting time in the championship, and there's still a lot to play for in the Prem. Again, we're not. It looks dire. It looks grim. We're not down yet. I'm not giving up. I'm trying not to give up, even though I'm not confident at all. We have some good young talent, and we will possibly keep. I don't think we keep we will keep possibly Decore, McNeil, Tarky, hopefully Garner. I don't think we lose. I think we probably lose Decore. I don't think we lose McNeil, Tarkovsky, or Garner, especially if we keep Deitch, which I think we'll do if we go down. I think we will keep Deitch. And if we do that, then McNeil and Tarkovsky won't go anywhere. They're guaranteed minutes every week. Michael Keane won't go anywhere. He's guaranteed a starting spot no matter where he goes if Sean Deitch is the manager. Sean Deitch could get appointed manager of Manchester City, and Michael Keane would be the starting center back. John Stones would just come out. That's how Sean Deitch works. Send Tarky back to Burnley. Stop it. Tarkovsky's been one of the only positive spots in our squad, and I'm not pretending like he's the best fullback center back in the world. I mean, but Tarkovsky's been fine. He's the least of our worries. Yeah, this is a good point. If Decore is on 120,000 a week, and what was it about 6 weeks ago? People were raving about Decore. I mean, Decore was about to sign a new contract, or on rumored to have been signing a new contract. What? What are you guys? What? What are you watching? Because he scored a goal? Don't get it. Don't get it with him. Don't get it with Iwobi. I just don't get it. We cannot keep Deitch. We can't sack Deitch. We can't afford to sack Deitch and pay him. Quite literally. He can't afford it. We have to keep Deitch. And we will keep Deitch. Whether you want to or not, we're going to keep Deitch if we go down. I'm pretty sure. I think that was a big part of this. I am not a conspiracy theorist. I try not to be, but I do sort of subscribe to this whole we were preparing after saw the rumors of, after last season we brushed the board and the owner and all this started preparing for it this season. I can buy that. They seem like the lot who would do that. And if the plan was to hire Deitch so that when we go down, that he's the manager, I wouldn't put that past them. It's such a clown show. It's not all Deitch's fault. It is absolutely part Deitch's fault in the last few weeks how our team has performed because of the nonsensical team selection and substitutions. I'm sorry. I'm not letting Deitch off the hook. I am absolutely not getting him a pass. And there is some crossed wires in terms of stubbornness and common sense, or a lack of common sense and a combination of both. The stuff Deitch has been doing is nonsense. Here's the thing, and here's what not a lot of people are saying. If Lampard were doing what Deitch was doing, and God forbid if Rafa Benitez was doing what Deitch has been doing for the last 6 weeks, they would be raked across the coals. And for some reason, not enough people are saying this about Deitch. They finally started, especially in the last week after Newcastle. That was kind of the last straw for a lot of these people. But for the last couple of weeks, but for the last 8 weeks, he's not been getting enough. And it's because his name is Sean Deitch. And it's because he's sort of saying the right things and trying to praise the fans and saying we need hard work and this and that. Sean Deitch has been abysmal for the last 6 to 8 weeks, and no one's talking about it. Not enough people are talking about it. He's still there because he's Deitch's mate, Wazzo. That's all it is. I've said we've been saying it all morning. If a fully fit Mina isn't getting a game over Keane and he actually is fully fit, it's one of two things. It's either Yerry Mina saying, I don't want to play, or it's Sean Deitch being an actual incompetent human being. We'll get Rashford when he's 40. Probably still be up for it. I'll take a 40-year-old Marcus Rashford over a however old Neil Mope is. I don't. Does Deitch not? I don't know all of what he did at Burnley. I know they did sign. I mean, he did get Burnley to Europe. Let's not lose sight of that. It's not like he was a complete failure at Burnley. I'd be interested to see whether he can recruit well or not is borderline irrelevant at this point because we have no money. So we can recruit. We can have the best recruiters at this point. And it won't matter. We can't spend any money. We're in a different situation now than we have been in years past. So everything is kind of thrown out the window in terms of recruiting. And we're in this situation because of poor recruitment. Circle of life. Decore needs to not sign an extension. I don't care if we stay up or not.
Hello.
Hello. Hope all is well.
Hello, buddy. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, what is going on with this?
What you mean? Oh, well, now I can't. What are you doing? It was fine.
It's my headphones. Keep talking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Deitch.
I've got you. Sorry. Work calls in the middle of it.
If Forest win at Brentford or even get a point, then I think, if Forest win today, that's going to put a damper on everything, and then Monday is going to be even worse. Go on. Everything all right?
Yeah, no, just work calls, just inquiries and stuff. I do have to go very shortly though. Unfortunately, this is just life. This is what happens. I do want to ask you though. I hope you don't mind me interrupting and just moving back onto the topics that we were trying to talk about before I go. So I've got 5 minutes if that's okay.
Go for it.
Are you having a good time anyway on the stream?
Love it. Love interacting with all of my friends here. It's been a good time.
Great. It's because mentally you'll probably just be sat at home thinking about these games anyway. So you're like, I might as well sit on the stream and
it gives me something to do. I told you this the first time I ever sent you a video, the first time we ever actually talked. I genuinely love the platform of being able to have a microphone and being able to talk to people. I live for it. And so no matter what kind of dross we're watching or talking about, or if this is just some random Palace in West Ham, I like it. It's enjoyable to me. I don't know.
Has anyone been watching on Twitch, by the way?
I haven't even been checking. Let's go see. I highly doubt it. At least one, because I had
we got one person watching on Twitch.
You have it? That's definitely my friend Black Dragon. He was just in the chat. He's a young kid who had just subscribed to me yesterday, so he's my loyal viewer so far.
Good man. It'll take off.
Good.
It's on your own. I'm on a new account, by the way. I've been following this channel when it first came out, and I love following it. And the current may it continue. Thanks, Charles.
Thanks, buddy.
Very good.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of our audience are into the Twitch video game nature just yet, but we'll get there.
I think that's why it's streaming to your account and not ours, because we don't have one, because we don't have anyone who's on it.
We'll get there.
We're all too grumpy to go on things like that.
That's like anything else. You have to build an audience. Sorry, go ahead.
I trust you. I trust you, mate. But you, by all means, keep stream it to your own if that's what you want. I want to ask you about the fan advisory board letter. They wrote they've given a vote of no confidence in Chairman Bill. What are your thoughts on that?
Okay, so I saw that vote had been given. I'm not going to lie to you. Every time I see or hear the name Chairman Bill and anything that has to do with it, I kind of put off reading it because it's going to make me too angry. So I didn't read the entire letter because I just didn't. So if you have that, you can give me the parts or the whole thing or whatever you like.
You've not read it?
No, I didn't want to.
Okay, well, I don't need to read it out. I just want to know what your thoughts are on the vote of no confidence from.
I mean, so what? What's it going to do? A fan advisory board that we've made up that has been obviously overlooked by the club, that have had meetings postponed by the club twice because a board member couldn't attend. And then when they actually had the meeting, no board members attended anyway, just as a blatant slap in the face to all of our fans.
Well, that's clearly why they're starting to get a vote of no confidence, because they're thinking they're not even getting taken seriously.
So now what's that going to do? Okay, so Farhad Mashiri sees this and he said, this fan advisory board voted no confidence. All right, Bill, sorry, your time's up. I appreciate the fan advisory board. These guys are people that work as basically volunteers, if I have this right. Absolutely great people. I
Yeah.
believe some of them who have stepped down because they felt that their voice. And so please don't take this the wrong way. These are absolutely incredible people that are going way far and beyond what they even should do, because this lot doesn't deserve what they have in terms of actual fans caring about the club. What I'm saying is I'm just sick of all of them. And I'm sick of them paying no attention to what we say. And that's what's going to happen with this. It's it's going to fall on deaf ears and nothing's going to happen. I hate that I've been turned into that, but that's just how I feel.
It's slightly cynical, but at the same time, I don't disagree with you in the fact that I don't think it's going to have an awful lot of an impact at the moment.
Yeah.
But I do think we'll see change at the end of the season regardless. I firmly believe that. Okay, so that's your opinion on that. And then finally, what I want to ask you, approximately, according to Charles Stevenson, who's a well-respected source on Twitter, he said 97% of season tickets have been renewed for Everton. And the gross income around 15 million was what I heard as well, what I got told. So what are your thoughts on that?
Not really surprised. I mean, I'm curious what the normal ticket renewal rate is. Is it
About
usually...
98%? Was 98% last year, I think so.
Yeah, so I mean, 1% of something, what's about 400 or 500 that didn't renew. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. We're the most we're all the most insane loyal.
There's around 30,200.
Okay, so a little bit less then. So at 1% would be about 300 then. Full time, by the way. Palace 4, West Ham 3. 6 minutes of added time. Somehow got into the 99th minute, but go figure.
Good game for the neutrals, that, isn't it? 4-3.
Absolutely fun to watch, back and forth. Somebody had I asked people on 3-2. I asked people to put their predictions in, and somebody said 4-3. So congratulations, you win a steak bake from Greg's.
Not now.
Sorry, what was the ask me the question again?
The question was that I'd read.
Season tickets.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
About the season tickets.
I'm not surprised. We are actual insane people that continue to support this club, and I'm one of them. And I love our loyalty. I love our fans. I think it's amazing how much we do that gets unreturned, that gets unappreciated, and we'll always be there. It doesn't matter what league we're playing. I said, somebody asked earlier if we're going to continue streaming if we go down. I said I'll continue streaming. I will stream live from Southport FC when we go to their ground to play in a few years. And I'm half joking, but like nothing surprises me at this point. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of things happen, and I don't even want to talk about it. What I will say is our fans will always be there. We're going to continue to have an extremely long season ticket waiting list, both here and at Bramley Moore. We're going to continue to sell out away-ins. We're going to continue to do the stream. We're going to continue to have our loyal fans. And so it's just unbelievable to look at.
We'll put this channel behind a paywall.
Of course.
And we will, what we'll do is we'll put it behind a paywall, because we're getting a lot of fans that are watching from other clubs who think that it's free entertainment for them. Well, no, you can pay your way. We'll employ Chris full-time to the channel. This will be his full-time job.
Perfect.
We'll give him 80% of the whatever you pay. So it'll be £2 a month to watch Everton in the Championship. Our coverage, £2 a month. If we get 1,000 people paying that, how much is that?
Sounds like £2,000.
£2,000 a month.
So that's £1,600 a month for me. I can deal with that.
And then no, £2,000 a month. £2,000.
You said I get 80%, so 1,600 is 80%. So if I get that, that's going to be rough for a full-time wage. But we'll talk about it. We'll discuss our age.
Well, maybe £3 a month, but £2 a month. £2 a month, right? You have to do a daily video,
right?
And it's your dream job, to be honest, because you get your nights, you get half your week free, half your nights free.
Yeah,
We'll have super chats. We'll have merchandise. Listen, we've actually got a facility now within YouTube to allow people to pay for memberships. Now, we wouldn't put any content behind the paywall necessarily, but you could have a special badge next to your name for £1 a month, which says, "I'm a super fan. I'm a follow Evertoner. I'm a loyal member," or something, or highlighted comment.
That follows the Twitch formula, because that's how it is on Twitch. You have monthly subs and things like that, but obviously more consistency and more, entertainment and all that.
We could use the money from this YouTube current thing where you can have like a badge or a sticker next to your name. You pay £1 a month, whatever. I'm sure people do it. They want to support the channel, and all the money gets pooled in, and we're left with £10, and we give Chris the tenner per month for his internet. No, seriously. This is how you create a sustainable model, though. If you really want to improve and grow and have more things and be able to dedicate more time to it,
Sure.
at some point you have to be able to monetize and get some money back into the channel that we can use to for someone like Chris if he was working pretty much full time for us. But I'm assuming this is quite a few years down the line. But I imagine a full time job working in media, fan media for Everton would be probably your dream.
That would be unbelievable. Real quick, before we go too much further, I would like to officially crown Crystal Palace the league champions of the bottom 9 because they are no longer in the bottom 9. They've been promoted to the top 11.
Woy. It's bloody Woy, isn't it?
They have been promoted, and now Chelsea have been relegated to the bottom 9. My God, Super Frank.
It's hilarious.
It's unbelievable, really. I swear to God, I just wish that they had not had that somewhat decent start under Tuchel. I mean, they would be right in the thick of this. They're on 39 points.
How can they be that bad? Every single player in that Chelsea squad would play week in, week out for us.
Yeah.
Apart from probably the goalkeeper.
Which one? Both of them will. I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, though. It's just
wow.
It's just wild.
Imagine Lampard took them down. Anyway,
they're not safe.
Chris,
they're not safe. Sorry, go ahead.
Sadly, Chris, in 45 minutes, this bloody headphone. In about 45 minutes, I'll be suited and booted, entertaining 100 people. Actually, it's not 100 people today. It's about 40, 50.
Subtle brag, not so subtle, but yeah, okay.
So I will love and leave you. I would have loved to have sat on here all day and watched these 3 o'clock kickoffs with you, but it's
when Forest are up 3-0, I'll text you. So.
If Forest are up 3-0, just turn it off and just leave the stream and say gone.
Yeah, that would be
to jump in river.
Real quick, I could ask you privately, but I might as well ask you here. Have you given any? Are we doing a pre-match for Leicester on Monday? It's already Saturday.
Shit.
We can do something tomorrow, but the other games will be on, so it might not be our best move. Obviously, there will be games tomorrow that we have an interest in, the likes of Leeds.
Chris, can you see if someone on the group will do a 20-minute
I will.
match preview tonight? Yeah,
tonight.
Just put it up. I'd put it up tonight. Yeah,
tonight might be tough, but we'll
go to work.
We'll figure. No, I'm on here for a few hours, and then I'd have to do that. I'm not a machine, mate.
Don't do it then. I don't think you should do it. I think you should be spared it.
We'll talk about it later.
And if it means sparing you, I'll do it tomorrow on my own.
All right, we'll figure something.
Yeah, okay. Don't worry about it. We'll see what they want to do. Okay.
All right. Best of luck at work, mate. Make that money. Ryan is gone. Cheerio. Yeah, good stuff, boys and girls. Thanks everybody in the viewership. If you haven't liked and subscribed, please do that. Ryan's backstage having a heart-to-heart. If you haven't liked, subscribe, please do so. Our YouTube, yes, this is streaming on YouTube, by the way. Black Dragon, my mates. It is at Follow Everton on YouTube. You can also find my YouTube at Real Domino Chris. This is my personal YouTube page. If you haven't subscribed to that yet, please do me a big favor. Do so there. I'd very much appreciate it. Trying to grow my personal channel as well, which will be cross-branded with Follow Everton in a lot of ways, especially with Everton content like podcasts and things like that. But that is my personal page that I am trying to grow, and I would appreciate all of your help. So the full-time whistle is gone. It's Palace 4, West Ham 3. Who've scored? Where are we at here, guys? We donate to give Jeff Elite Wi-Fi. We're trying our best. We really are. I love it. A bit Elon Musk-like. Never us. Follow Everton Blue. You get a blue check mark. Anyone think Spuds will beat? No, not at Anfield. Sorry. I mean, it'd be cool if it was 5-0 to Spurs. I don't see it. Spurs are awful. They nicked out a draw the other night against United. United just kind of collapsed, much like they did to Sevilla a couple of weeks ago. But Spurs are just not a good team, especially away from home. What's my favorite Everton kit? Wow, that's a good one. I'm a big fan of retro. I've got a decent collection in there. There's a bunch I'm missing, but I've got a few from the 80s. I've got the FA Cup final from 95. I don't know. I love the NEC from '86. I don't know. I'm a little bit partial to Chang from the mid 2000s, mid to late 2000s, or late 2000s, I guess, because that's when I started following. I've been on since about 2008, 2009. So I'm a little bit partial to that only because it was the first one. Plus, I just like it. It was a decent kit. I love the kit that Timmy Cahill wore, but I don't know. That's a tough one. It's not it would definitely be an older one. It's nothing recent. I don't like the kazoo. I don't like the I hate the sport pace. Actually might be my sport pace is probably my least favorite, actually. Um and then the one now, I didn't even bother with stake.com, especially. I thought about getting one the last time I was overseas, but I didn't because we were about to change our sponsor because the rule came out, even though I think we might have it for another year or two. But I probably will get one just to keep the collection going, but it's not something I'm rushing to get. What's your favorite? Throw me your favorite Everton kits in the chats right now. Got to drop out. No worries, Pete. It's good seeing you, bud. I'll be here for the next couple hours watching the next games, which start in 5 minutes, I might add. What's my favorite cheesecake? Regular cheesecake? I don't know. That's tough. Red velvet's pretty spectacular too. Cheese. There's someone had my old roommate's favorite was salted caramel cheesecake. Now that sounded I've had it. It's fantastic. Don't know if it's my favorite, but just for the sake of the argument, I'll say that. No, mate, not the blue and yellow. This was the that one's cool too. I'm speaking of the just the blue and white NEC. I have it in the closet, but I don't feel like going all the way in there. But 13, 14, which one was that? I get my years mixed up sometimes. That was we were still on chat. Yeah, we were still on Chang in 13, 14, right? Latest Amber one was nice. I'll have to look that one up too. Never won a game in last year's Black. I hated the Black Watch. I don't know why. When that came out, a lot of people loved it, and I wasn't a fan at all. I don't know if now this is a beaut. 1985 Silver Lecoq. That one's good. I don't love the salmon one. I don't love the pink one. I don't know. Some people might not like that, but I don't know. I think we could do better with third jerseys than we have been doing. But the Hafnia one's pretty good too. I like that one. That one's in there as well. I'd have to go look. I need to see which ones I have. I've got the I think the white with sort of blackish gray NEC one as well, which I'm a big fan of. I'm not a big shirt wearer. Like I don't always like I have I like the sweater. It's not that I don't like wearing things with the badge on it by any means. But most of the time when I'm wearing an Everton shirt, it's just a plain blue shirt with the badge. I'm not a big game shirt wearer. I like to collect them, but I just don't wear them very often. I used to collect them all and then wear a different one every match. Now I can't be arsed. I just wear a regular shirt with a badge. Okay. That one's good. I do like that one. Now you've got me wanting to see. That's the problem with these like retro kit shops online. I can't go to these because I'll end up spending like $1 million. I would go on an insane shopping spree. I love retro shirts. Favorite pair of football boots? The ones I wore in high school, because that was the last time I scored goals. I was a striker back in the day. And I definitely, well, put it this way. I was very fast. And when I could rely on speed, I was dominant. But then when it actually took skill, trapping and passing and things like that, I was kind of in trouble. Still could do decent, but I wasn't anywhere near what I was before that. NEC 86, 87, that's where it's at, mate. That's definitely top 3 for me. That's the first thing I thought of. I'd still be better than Mope. The first thing I thought of is I'm shorter than Neil Mope. I don't know how tall Neil Mope is, but I'm definitely shorter than he is. And so he would have probably been kind of a like for like. And I could wind up the defense. Not much. I didn't so much chirp like to instigate, but I was very fast and my shirt would get pulled all the time. And so it was more of like kind of winding them up in the sense that, yeah, you have to, you can't stop me. You got to do it. And so then it was just, we went a little back and forth with that sometimes, but God, that was so long ago. I'm old. 5'7" Mope. Yeah, he's like a head taller than me, maybe a little bit less. Did I ever talk to him? Did I ever talk to who? To Mope? Oh, sorry. I'm behind on the comments. Give me 1 second. Old mate who used to argue with Jeff ever be back? No, I think I know who you're talking about. I don't believe he's on. I thought you meant me for a second because I argue with Jeff all the time. No, I think you're speaking of Dan. Dan's not on our channel anymore. And I will leave it at that because that's not my story to tell. Not a share collector, just a knicker collector. I like where your head's at, Mark. My dog is better than Mope, and we put. Oh no, Lila, bring the party down. What's the matter with you? Get out of here. I should put you in timeout for that. It's Saturday, for God's sakes. What the hell's wrong with you? Most disappointing Everton signing of the last 5 years. How much time do you have? Good Lord. I don't. Okay. Disappointing in what way? Disappointing in that I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this. Disappointing in that you knew right away it would be a disaster, or disappointing in that you signed him for a lot of money and he didn't even come close to giving you what you signed him for? And also, do loans, it's got to be just signings, right? Permanent signings, not loans, right? Mope is not, so I hate to break this to you. Mope is not even close to the worst signing in the last few years, last 5 years. Not even kind of close. Delhi also is not close to the worst signing in the last 5 years. Hey, Russ, it's going pretty well, buddy. Hope things are well your way. As we kick off, how do you guys think Dele Alli was the worst signing? Are you guys insane? We literally paid nothing for Dele Alli. Any player that we signed for nothing, and don't throw these numbers at me of how much we paid, because he didn't make these appearances that we were required to pay for, to my knowledge. Now, if I'm way wrong on that, fine, but I don't think so. 15 million for Mope is criminal. Yeah, but you can't. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to be put in a position where I have to defend Neil Mope. But I will. Fine. You guys got it out of me. Fine. Neil Mope for Brighton. Last 3 Premier League seasons. 8 goals, 10 goals. Okay. A lot of people don't want to hear that because they think Mope can't hit water if he threw a ball out of a boat, right? Because he probably can't right now. Premier League goals are not always easy to come by. I don't care what squad you're on. I don't care what team you play for. Even if it's Manchester City, it's not like all of their players are scoring 10 goals. Yes, Erling Haaland scores a lot of goals. Yes, Kevin De Bruyne gets plenty of goals. All I'm saying is it's not always easy to score those goals, right? I'm not saying the fee that we paid was great for Neil Mope. What I am saying is our fans were going insane because if you remember on this window deadline day, or if it was right before, whatever it was, we didn't get a striker. We had blown the last 3 or 4 games, whatever it was. We had 4 1-1 draws in a row simply because we didn't have an effing striker. Anthony Gordon scored against Brentford. Gordon scored against Leeds. We get a late goal against Forest, and I'm missing 1 game. All Liverpool 0-0 draw. All 4 of those games, Connor Cody gets a goal that gets chalked off. The point is we get 3 goals in 4 games, all from non-strikers, because we don't have a player who can score. If we had a striker, we'd have beaten Leeds. We'd have beaten Brentford. Don't know about Forest because we were sloppy all around. Don't know about Liverpool. That game probably would have ended in a draw anyway. But it's a minimum 4 points that we get from that simply because we don't have a striker. Was it a panic buy? Maybe. But at least it was at the time we thought it was better than nothing. Turns out it was basically nothing. Yes, Mope scored against West Ham. Yes, that got us the 3 points. Hasn't done much other than that. I don't think that's nearly the worst signing at all. This is a great shout. I expected so much more from Moise Kean. All the physical attributes were there. Attitude terrible. And the weird thing is, it seemed like Moise Kean got on with his teammates. Like, it seemed like he actually did try when he was on the pitch. I don't know. We didn't see a lot of them, but I didn't hate Moise Kean. I always wanted Moise Kean to succeed. Mikalenko's up there. If you really want to get into it, I'm saying Michael Iwobi, Dele Alli, Mope, Tosin. I hate Cenk Tosin. I think that's one of the worst signings. I'm not even giving Dele Alli. I'm not even putting him on that list because it was just there's not much to it. What did you expect when we got Dele Alli? To get 2015 Dele Alli? That was never going to happen. Iwobi was awful, but he at least contributed at times. Mikalenko might be the worst one. He's definitely up there. If Nathan Patterson doesn't get on the pitch anymore, he's up there too. Although I don't think that's completely on Patterson at this point. We paid what Dele was worth. Exactly. We didn't pay anything. It can't be a worse signing if you get him on a free. Just driving by to say the Everton fans were amazing before the game yesterday. The Blue Flares were just awesome. Hey, bud. Thank you for that. If it's genuine. I'm assuming you're a Newcastle fan, but obviously you had more fun than we did. But listen, the coach welcome was unbelievable. The atmosphere was fantastic from what I'm told. And I wish that the players would respond. How many were penalties and open goals? That's a great question. I don't have the answer to that. I don't even know. I'm assuming he was their penalty. I don't have the answer to that. So that's a very fair point. If you have the answer, I'd love to hear it. Mina is not our worst signing. Mina's actually given us, when he's been fit, some decent quality. And I know that hasn't been much. Gabaman is a great, people forget that he existed. Has to be one of the worst. Gets injured immediately. Then gets injured immediately again. Then again. Gabaman's got to be up there. But again, this should lend credence to the argument that it's not even like Dele Alli can't even be considered. I can't get on Gomez because Gomez was actually a decent footballer before the leg injury. And I feel for Andre Gomez because he was never, after Gomez's leg injury, he came back never the same footballer. He was a step slower. Every time he'd get the ball, he always had it in the back of his mind. This is my opinion. He always had it in the back of his mind that something bad could happen. It's human nature. Not even blaming Andre Gomez as a person. Your brain is just wired that way. You're always, you're now on the lookout for something else, or like you just have to be aware that something could happen because you can't forget it. So I think it's unfortunate what happened to Andre Gomez, but I don't completely blame Gomez for that. Connor Cody's been on the bench for months. No, Rafa doesn't count as a signing. Stop it. Michael has some resale value for what? At Poundland? Stop. Yeah, I'm not. Mopé wasn't my first choice. I'm saying at the time he might have been the only one available. I wanted Jocker from Coventry or even Joao Pedro from Watford, who apparently is going to Brighton, and Brighton will get Pedro, and then they'll sell him for 60 million. It's just annoying, amongst many other players. Michael has no stop. Michael has no resale value. Of course, Gomez doesn't have much either. Ali has none. I'm not denying that, but the Vitaly Mikalenko has no resale. Great chance for Forrest early. That's not what we want to see, but quashed 0-0. It was told 5 years was the thing, but we might as well just make it 7. Might as well just make signings since Mashiri. Nobody's improved. That's the part that really gets me. Who's improved on the side? Godfrey's not the worst signing. I get why people are upset with him now, but as far as cash, bang for your buck, Coleman's up there. Even, I mean, people forget Calvert-Lewin was only $1.5 million, and I know we wish he was more fit, but I mean, Calvert-Lewin scored a lot of goals for us a couple of years ago. So for that price tag, we thought we had an absolute gold mine. I don't know what Calvert-Lewin's resale value would be now. It would be very helpful to our football club if he scored a couple goals in the next few games. 1 from a footballing perspective, 2 from a resale perspective. Don't know. I think Calvert-Lewin goes regardless of if we stay up or not, but Miko would not be handy in the championship. Miko would not be handy in League One. Miko would not be handy in League Two, not be handy in the National League. I could go on and on. I really don't want to. Miko would not be handy in MLS. Maybe MLS. You know what? I'll give you that. Maybe. Yeah, I'm not denying it. The money lost doesn't help. It's still frustrating. I don't fully blame. I feel for Andre Gomez, and I was one of his biggest critics, to be fair, when he was here and screwing up every game and completely lacking possession and all of that. I mean, Gomez was not a good footballer for the last couple of years, but it's just unfortunate what happened. Where is Vinagre gone? Where was he ever? A lot of people don't even remember him ever being here. And then he got injured. He's out for the season with an injury, to be fair, but he never really was here. Never really was here. The Leeds caller made great points about no improvements in our players. That Rob, the Leeds fan, was fantastic, and we'll definitely have him back on. He spoke sense, very respectful, very polite, and that's the kind of stuff that we love on here. So he was very good. Made money on Lookman, Keane, and Vlasic. I mean, I don't think anyone denied that, though, did we? Keane was decent. Keane will never be up there until I think we were just talking more about they disappointed you from a footballing perspective. But no, Keane, we made money on Moise Keane. I'm don't excuse me, don't ask me where the money went, but it was a decent business deal. Absolutely. I won't deny that for a second. Yeah, we sold our players. They just retired or replaced with crap. Absolutely. Could go on and on about that. Or they're, different circumstances like those with Gylfi Sigurdsson. It's been a very unfortunate last few years, to say the least. Gomez would be brilliant in champion. That actually might be true. I'm not pretending like I want to hurry up and see Andre Gomez in an Everton shirt again, given what I've seen for the last couple of years. But that's at least something to think about. Gomez is still our player. I don't know if he's got 1 year left on the contract after this. I think that's what it is. So we will be getting Gomez back. What we do with him after that, don't know. But yeah, I see the Blues in the comments about Godfrey. I've said so much about Godfrey. I'm just kind of done talking about it. But for now, I'm sure he'll come up again soon. Brighton are already up on Wolves 1-0, by the way. Let's see who gets that goal. I need to put that on, actually. David. Sorry, I can't read this. Danny Welbeck with the assist. Dennis Undav with the goal. My eyes are basically the eyes of an 80-year-old, so apologies. But it is 1-0 to Brighton. Vinagre sat in El Ghazi's seat. Yeah, exactly. Perfect comparison. No more G's, huh? That's what it is? So no more, that makes sense. No more Gordons here either. Good shot by Brentford here. It is saved, but Brentford look the more capable side at the minute. Delph was underwhelming, but Delph actually, for a fair amount of the season last season, I think held his own, especially late. I think Delph was probably a good leader in the locker room. He'd seen a lot of stuff before, even though for the most part he's on Man City. I know they were succeeding, but the point is he at least had a lot of Premier League experience that could be preached upon to younger talent in terms of staying physical, not hanging their heads after a goal. I don't know. I'm trying to find that. I thought Delph was okay last season, a lot better than I expected him to be. Yeah, here we go. Just a little bit. Helped to stay up last season, to be fair. I think Delph was fine. I appreciated that we had him last season. But underwhelming is subjective, so. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to be optimistic. If Gomez is on that much, I mean, that can't be a thing if he's on those kind of wages. Oh, good point. Where's the ticker? That's right. Got to get that started up again. Let's get our tickers going. Get rid of this original one. Score predictions for Brentford and Forest and score predictions for Brighton and Wolves. Get them in the comments. Why not? Make sure I have this right in terms of, I think it was a 6-minute goal from Brighton. 2-0 to Brighton. Pascal Gross. Wow. Brighton came to play today. course they turn up now, right? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Some predictions here. Let's see what we got here. Brighton 2, Wolves 0. Oh, no, that's what's actually happened. No, they were just giving predictions, the Blues, because I asked for that, you crazy bastard, you. 2-2 Forest prediction. Brentford 2, Forest 2. I hope you're wrong because Brentford better win that game. Chris says 2-1 Brentford over Forest, and then 3-0 Brighton over Wolves. I think you're right. I think we still are paying half of Gomez's wages. So Dina, yeah, I don't want to. It's just nonsensical business. Nonsensical. Let me get this game on. I keep putting this. I need to. Brighton might have 5 before I get this game on. Let's see. I've got 3 Brighton players. Oh, never mind. One of them's the keeper, so that doesn't count. I was going to say I've got 3 Brighton players, and of course, none of my players factor into the goal scoring, but one's the keeper, so it doesn't really count. But I've got a defender. But Matoma's on the bench. That was a little bit surprising. Wow, what a second goal. Just Wolves undone. It's Enciso with the assist as well, unless that was the first goal. No, it couldn't have been. Feeds Pascal Gross on the right side. No defender in sight, and it's put right past. Sa. 2-0. Jan is the man. Who's our favorite panel member to spar with? I'll spar with anybody. Time different stuff on me sometimes, but honestly, I'm up at all hours of the day. Like my sleep schedule is pretty much non-existent. So I'm up all the time. So it's a little bit tough, but like I can just stay up all day. Like after the game today, I'll probably sleep for a few hours. I never get a full like 8 to 10 hours ever. I wish I did. Maybe that's why I'm grumpy at times. Don't know. Who's my favorite panel member to spar with? Is it Jan? It depends. If it's friendly banter, it's probably. I mean, me and Jeff, we can banter and still laugh about it and be friends and all that sort of thing. Jan, I think, might take it a little more seriously. And so, I don't ever want to like actually offend anybody or upset anybody. Amy is fun to banter with because Amy and I just give each other shtick. I've never really bantered with Mabsy or John or Basil or Steve, really, in terms of like Ryan has strong opinions, so we'll go at it. But I'd probably say Jeff. Jeff's up there. But that's the thing. Jeff likes to refer to himself as a realist, and so we sort of that's both Jeff and I like to think of ourselves as real. So naturally, with that comes strong opinions that aren't always intended to wind people up, but it just happens sometimes. Jeff is a great guy at heart. Would do anything for you, give you the shirt off his back. So I like Jeff a lot. But man, Jeff's had enough of Everton. Put it that way. We all kind of have. We're all frustrated. So I was asking Ryan about this match preview. I think the match preview is just going to be bitter. I don't know if anyone. I maybe optimistically we'll pick Everton to get a result on Monday, but I don't know if we actually think it. Got the Forest game on, and so what channel have you got it on? This is on Forest is on USA Network over here. It's our national when the national game's on, it's on that one. And then I've got the Brighton game on Peacock on I've got a split screen right here. So I've got both on. Is it on over there? Wuzzo. No, it's not. Saturday, the 3:00 game's on anywhere over there, right? Not a fan of Mabs. I'm going to tell him you said that. He'll come on here and actually his exact quote would be, I don't give a Mabs is a great dude. Colorful, we'll say. Very colorful. Oh, it's given away. Brighton almost have 3. It's a Stupinian, I believe. Sa just gives it right, just almost on a silver platter. Tries to one touch it to a defender, and it's a horrible pass and leads to a decent chance. Oh, it's that close. Inches over the bar. Second chance for a Estupinian in this game. Oh, I'm sorry. Look at me. I can't see. I cannot see a thing. It's Danny Welbeck. I apologize. Jan is absolutely brings the passion. His real name is, I don't know where his nickname comes from, actually. His name's David, but I don't know where Basil came from. I'll have to ask him. I'm assuming that's a nickname when he was a kid. Video games come later, my friend. When the football's on, we got to stick with the football. Matoma is on the bench. Don't know why. Matoma and McAllister are on the bench. It got to be a managing minutes thing. I would honestly, well, I guess up 2-0, I don't really expect to see them, if I'm honest. I mean, depending on how this looks in 40 minutes can change everything, but maybe to keep them fresh, I guess maybe a 60 to 65 minute sub. But I mean, if Brighton are up 3 or 4-0, you're not going to risk injury, I would think. But don't know. They're still all to play for, even with the loss against Forest. Brighton are still technically in the top 4 race, even though Newcastle are on obvious form. It's really going to depend on what United do today. Now, United have a couple of injury problems themselves, plus they still have fixture congestion. They have the FA Cup final, and they have a lot of games coming up that they will have to manage minutes in. Not to mention, managing minutes kind of cost them against Spurs the other day. Made a couple subs that some people feel Ten Hag should not have made. Directly led to the 2-2 draw. So it'll be interesting to see if United have, look at this, Brighton are in again. It's a poor pass. Definitely should have been better there, but Brighton still have it in the box here. Nearly 3. Good save by Sa. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Minutes. I am on 19 minutes in Brentford and Forest and 20 minutes and 45 seconds in Brighton and Wolves. Please, no spoilers, by the way. If you see a goal in the chat, please don't tell me the score, so that just in case you're ahead of me, so that I can see it and react. If you don't mind, I'd appreciate that. Brighton like to bench their best players occasionally to show they can win games without them. I mean, look no further than Newcastle. Newcastle have a $50 million, $60 million striker, whatever they paid for Isak on the bench, and all he did was come in and just turn us over in 10 minutes. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to have this wealth of riches. 4 minutes behind. Really? You on stream? Or I guess you have to be on stream. Like I said, the games aren't on over there. McAllister has played a lot of football, but still, you'd expect him to be in a game that they need. You'd expect him to be. But I mean, when you have a kid like Enciso that's doing what he's doing, sometimes you can afford to rest these players. It's just crazy. It's just absolutely crazy how other teams can do what they're doing and how we just continuously just shit the bed. I hate Everton so much right now. They are such a hard team to love. Yet we do. We'll love that. I hate and love them. Don't get me wrong. I'm never going to stop supporting. It's just I hate what's happened. Hart says 2-1 to Everton. Realistically, 1-1. Here's what a lot of people won't want to hear. 1-1 is actually okay. I'm not advocating we should play for the draw. If it's there, we have to go for the win. 100%. But if we come out of Leicester with a draw, it's not the end of the world yet. Hot take. Nil-nil still at Brentford. 2-0 to Brighton. Simon Jordan did say that, and I don't agree with Simon Jordan really on a lot of things, but I did agree with him on that. I must admit, and people might not like me for this, I watch a lot of things, but I do watch TalkSport. Or talk shite, as people call it over there. Not all the time. TalkSport is quite a wind up. Don't get me wrong. I know that TalkSport isn't real in all of the time, and I know half of the time the opinions are fake just to get people talking, etc., etc. But it's just football content. That's all. So I have it on from time to time. White and Jordan, Jim White. I don't want to get too far into it, but it is sometimes interesting to get Simon Jordan's business perspectives and financial perspectives. I'll say that. But oftentimes he's just a knob. That's hilarious. Brighton random player generator doesn't always hit. Yeah, but it often does. That's the scary part. Wolves are almost in. Wolves are in. That's a great save from Steele, actually. Wolves' best chance of the match by far. Almost at 24 minutes. I don't think we beat Bournemouth, though. That's the crazy part. I fear we lose. Harvey Barnes will run rings. Yeah, and I mean, Jamie, I think they might actually be forced to start Jamie Vardy, which they haven't done much of the season. We'll see. Oh, Jazz is here. David is Basil because it's what Ryan calls him, but he also calls him Dave. Yeah, but he'll do that like in 5 seconds. Like the other day, he was like, "I'm going to pass you on over to Dave. Here you go, Basil." Like, which one is it, and where did it come from? He didn't just come up with that one day. Like, it had to come from somewhere. If Lampard was manager, we'd already be done. Yeah, but I mean, that's common knowledge, isn't it? Does anyone think that if Lampard was still manager, that we wouldn't have that? What point total do you think we'd have if Lampard was still manager? I don't know if we'd have gotten another point. We might have nicked a draw or two, but that's probably it. We wouldn't have beaten Arsenal, wouldn't have beaten Brentford. Don't know about Leeds, because when Leeds came to Goodison Park, that was one of the worst teams I've ever seen. Didn't register a shot. Maybe we'd have beat Leeds, but that might be it. Lampard was atrocious. They get told what to say. Yeah, Talk Sport is basically the equivalent of ESPN here. And I don't watch a lot of ESPN, really almost ever. If there's a game on, maybe. But I think you have ESPN over there as well. I just don't think it's really there's other, like, oh, that's a great volley. What a goal. Oh my God. It's an incredible goal from Pascal Gross. Wait until you see this one. It's past to Gross. Gross is a little bit right of the center line. From about 22 yards out. He's kicked it up to himself and then just hit it on the volley right into the net. It's an absolutely magnificent goal for Brighton. It's 3-0, just short of the 26-minute mark. What's a goal from Pascal Gross? Second of the day. Brighton have possession in the build-up. It just looks simple. It doesn't look like he's going to fire it, but he finds himself with some space. What a strike. Absolutely fantastic. That's in all likelihood, unless I'm missing one, that's likely going to be the goal of the month. Just wait until you see that. Beautiful piece of finishing. Let's see. These meaningless games in mid-table take the over. No kidding. Wolves are just crumbling. Old man in synagogue who smelt like herbs, and so we call him Basil. Also from Basil. Wait, what? What does that have to do with Dave? Was David the old man? Or was he the guy that called? I'm so confused. Yeah, Decore wouldn't have been in the side. Exactly. What team would Lampard put? I don't even want to think about it. Lampard was just an abomination. Nice guy, said the right things, whatever. He had no tactical awareness. You know what? But again, if Deitch's name was Frank Lampard, you can't really tell the difference in terms of the in-game tactics at this point. Wolves are in, by the way. What Sean Deitch has done lately is just stupid and horrible, and he deserves some of the flack too. Everyone's got weird names on this channel. Yeah, fair point. Absolutely fair point. Jazz, how are you? Hope things are well. Deitch's record isn't that good either. Exactly. It's people. They're starting to realize it. I don't. I want to like Sean Deitch. I want things to work out. It's just not, because he's not that good of a manager. Sorry. It's just not. Old man synagogue Basil. Okay, I guess this must be one of those where we have to have drinks in front of us to tell the full story. So I'll just trust you on that one. And the next time I'm over, I'll get the actual story. We'll put that behind the paywall, chat. The aforementioned paywall. course, Jazz. Anytime. Sounded ridiculous. I've been to games before. It gets ugly quick. It happens. Enciso with 2 assists, by the way. Brighton just running roughshod on Wolves. Let me update this ticker real quick. Absolutely glorious goal. What just happened here? Sorry about that. All right, let's get this one down. 3-0 to Brighton. But on 26 minutes, I believe. So Brighton comfortably in the driver's seat. And I mean, if we're at, let me get the table pulled back up here. I don't think Wolves are technically safe, but I think that they might as well be because I don't see that one ending. I mean, the last thing we would no, yeah, Wolves are. I'm sorry, I forgot they won their last game. They've won 3 out of the last 4. Wolves are on 37 points. They're absolutely safe. So that's the thing. Wolves basically on the beach right now. Hopefully they'll be on the beach when we come to the Molineux. But what time is it in the U.S.? It is at the minute, just on the half hour, 9:30 a.m. in the U.S. You know, this doesn't get talked about enough either. It's not just the fact that it wastes time. This late offside flag is ridiculous. It's the fact that there will be devastating injuries that come from this that let the play continue on, and it's going to be all for naught, right? Like it's just like when Godfrey went down earlier this season when the play should have been called out of play anyway. It's just a different thing. The fact that that wasn't called and then just a ridiculously unnecessary injury because play goes on when it shouldn't. It's dumb. VAR is the worst. And whoever I think it was Jack that was telling me earlier that I'm saying everything Simon Jordan says. Simon Jordan loves VAR and I hate it. So no, I am not just like Simon Jordan. I'd like to establish that now. Simon Jordan and I do not always think alike. Or often. 3-0 to Brighton. Wow. Wow. Should have started Pascal Gross. That would have been a good shout. I stuck with Matoma, who was not playing. A lot of people seem to have gone with Solly March in the midfield. A lot of people went with Evan Ferguson. Sorry, fantasy football update. Sorry, I know nobody's playing that, so I'm basically talking to myself. So my apologies, everybody. It's a big, important game near the end of the season. Anyway, back to the footy. Yeah, but Dave, then VAR is the issue, right? If VAR isn't working because the people who are using it aren't having it, then it still doesn't work. It's all a collective thing. So it is the issue. Whether you want to say if Lee Mason can't do VAR anymore because he makes such a bad blunder because he forgets to draw the lines, which I still don't think that's real. It just can't be. It just can't. And if someone else is on VAR and the only angle, there's 100 cameras at Goodison Park for the Premier League. I'm exaggerating, but you get what I'm saying. There's dozens of cameras. And the angle that we got the other night for Calvert-Lewin, that's the angle. That's the only angle that we can get. It's not real. It's just it's a weird. I'm not pretending like we would have won the game if Calvert-Lewin's goal goes in. No, you don't know. Who knows what would have happened? Maybe we nicked the draw, et cetera, et cetera. The point is, that's one of about 30 examples I can give you of just like nonsensical VAR decisions. So whether it's the machine, whether it's the drawing of the lines, because you can't forget, with VAR comes the requirement of a person running VAR. Therefore, VAR in and of itself is the problem. Because if it wasn't, it would automatically have these lines, like whatever they have in the Champions League, using the artificial intelligence. Why aren't we using that? So it is the problem. Referees get things wrong regardless. So you can't say it only works if they get everything right. The Blues. VAR was literally brought in to get things right. That is its only purpose. Absolutely only purpose. So yes, when they get the shit more wrong than the referees would have got initially, yes, I'm going to comment on it. That's absurd. That's a horrible take. Horrible take. Alexander Arnold, confirmed twat. You're right. VAR is like a seatbelt. What are you on, mate? You on the whiskey or just still in the ale? That's awful. You got some. Your takes are worse today than usual. VAR does the job it's meant to do. There are more camera angles on VAR than we see on the TV. I'm not. No, there. Stop it. Stop. You don't even mean what you're saying. Back to the footy today. Still 0-0 at Brentford and 3-0 to Brighton currently. Currently, I stress. Wolves have had a bit of attacking for the last 5 minutes. I guess I don't really. Yeah, this game's only on for fantasy purposes. I don't really care about Brighton and Wolves. If there are any Brighton and Wolves fans in the chat, then let me know. But you just dismiss them. No, I don't. What are you talking about? I've read your entire statements on air the whole time. What are you talking about? Which statement would you like me to read again? Come on. Go on. I'll read the whole thing again and I'll analyze the entire thing and tell you why it's all bullshit. I'd like to change my answer to who do I like to have a go with to the Blues over Jeff. Congratulations, Jeff. You're not the one that I banter with the most. Go ahead. Repeat the statement. Yeah, the Brentford game's terrible. It looks like Felipe gets a yellow for Forest. Brentford do have a free kick from the left side. It looks like about 22, 23 yards out. Forest lead the league in yellows this season. Fun fact, fun stat. If you want to have a bet on stake.com next week on somebody to get booked, probably should look Forest ways. Go on, then you're out first 4 words. First 4 words of what? What statement? I said repeat your statement. I want to know which one you're talking about if I read the first 4 words. I don't have a rewind button on here. Not much doing from the free kick. Still 0-0. I fully expect Brentford to get a result here, though. It's not like last week. Like, of course, we all expected Brighton to win, but at least it was at the City Ground where Forest are capable of winning. Forest actually have a worse away record than Everton, which is quite literally almost impossible. We have 1 away win. So there you go. There you go. See, that's the thing. In what fantasy world with VAR, with instant replay, with any system whatsoever, is this not called a handball? No matter what team you play for or what team you support. Unless you support Man City, in which case you still think it's a handball, as many Man City fans told me at the bar last season, because we share our Everton bar with Man City. So I was watching it with plenty of those idiots last season. Whatever. That's one example out of many. And so I'm not just only dwelling on that one, but I can point to a lot of them. What are you talking about? The Rodri call would have not counted. What do you mean? They spent minutes reviewing the handball, didn't they? What am I missing here? And if I'm wrong, I have no problem admitting it. I think that the DCL goal, I think it could have been offside. I'm not even necessarily mad at VAR from this particular game. I think it's very close. I don't know if it's clear and obvious. If it's offside, it's offside. If it's fingernails offside, it's offside. Fine. I'm saying that there should be a better system in terms of angles that we get. If they have different angles, fine. If they have different angles, why aren't we seeing them? Why are they showing us that one? Why are they literally only showing us that one? If they have a lot of different angles, why aren't we seeing any of them? Doesn't make sense to me. Just my personal opinion, as always. Take it with 2 pence. It's on goal. It's 4-0 to Brighton. It's Danny Welbeck. Brighton are absolutely turning Wolves over. It looks like it was brought, the cross, I believe, was from Pervis Estupinian. I will get that confirmed shortly, but it's Danny Welbeck with his his first goal of the game. He had an assist earlier, and it is 4-0 Brighton. The Blues. Are you just like an actual, like, do you like VAR? I'm confused at the point you're trying to make, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. I just don't know why you're on such a wind up trying to like defend VAR. VAR has fucked us so much, and so as an Evertonian, I am shocked at this take. But it's your opinion. You're more than entitled to it. I just don't get it. I'm very confused. 4-0 to Brighton. What the hell is going on? Welbeck on 39 minutes. Yeah, but what are you saying? With or without VAR, the handball. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, so if VAR didn't exist, then the handball's not given. Okay, so that's your defense, is that when we have a system that's now in place to get the calls right, and it also still doesn't work, what exactly is the defense? I'm a little confused. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I'm not saying the tech is great. I'm saying refs are shit. Okay. Why didn't you say that from the beginning? What the hell's wrong with you? You are worse than Jeff. Jeez. Can't wait to meet all of you in person. It's gonna be great. Gonna be great. Yeah, Brentford are really taking it to Forest. Possession is almost all Brentford. Forest have had a couple. They had a chance early, and then a small chance since then. But for the most part, it is all Brentford. Wolves fans, by the way, already leaving the stadium. 4-0 down. Wolves fans have had enough. Not all of them, but shades of Spurs. Who cares? What are Wolves playing for? They're on 37 points. It's like us at Arsenal last season. Who cares? At the end of the season, who cares? It's over. I mean, I guess Wolves aren't technically safe, but might as well be. No, there will probably not be 5 teams that reach 37, but there definitely won't be 4 teams that reach 37 points. Everton, Leeds, Forest, Southampton, no shot of 37, and in all likelihood, Leicester as well. If a player is a half inch offside, I struggle with this one because when you hear someone say, well, offside is offside, to me, that's kind of a fair point. The only argument I can see would be if it's a hand, like if it's not something that you can score a goal with, if that makes sense. Don't know. Yeah, exactly. There and the Blues said, where do you? There has to be a limit. There has to be a line. What is it? I don't know. I'm on the fence there. I don't like being on the fence because I do like having answers and opinions and all that. But that one, I just don't know. Don't know. Va. Would be a massive point for Forest, it must be said. Get the live table pulled up here. As it stands, Forest with this point would be in 16th place. they would leapfrog Leeds because, excuse me, they would leapfrog Leeds. Were in 16th on goal difference, but Forest will have an extra point if it stands the way it is. Forest are on 31 points, Leeds on 30, Leicester 29, Everton 28, Southampton 24. West Ham, with the loss today, remain on 34. And honestly, Bournemouth on 36 points, probably safe with 36, I would think. Massive win at Southampton last week. Southampton thought they had an equalizer right at the end of regular time, and it was chalked off for offside. Would have been a massive point for, would have been a massive point for Southampton, but would have also been a massive point, 2 points drop for Bournemouth. It would have kept them in it, but you've got to think at 36. They are safe, and to be fair, that's kind of what we need. Bournemouth don't play well. Bournemouth play Leeds tomorrow. Massive game. We need Leeds to lose, so we're the biggest Bournemouth fans in the world. But that would be even better. They could absolutely fully clinch safety tomorrow and then be on the beach when we play them. That would be the ideal scenario. So of course, you know that's not going to happen. Brentford should have scored. I missed it. I've been busy worrying about league tables and such, but I'll take you's word for it. Leicester game, the most defining game for Everton to get out of the relegation zone, 100%. There's no doubt. I mean, Leicester have been a poor team all season. Leicester are the only team Leicester are the only team we play that are near us in the table, because I don't consider Wolves and Bournemouth near us anymore, given that it's basically a bottom 5. So I'd just say Leicester are the only team left in the bottom 4 or 5 that we're going to play. I can't call it an easy game. Like I almost said it's the easiest game we'll play, but that's just by point totals and how they've looked. It's not going to be easy because no one we play is easy, because we don't turn up no matter what. So, but in terms of a must win, it's never going to get more must win than this, or very rarely, I should say. Don't know. Absolutely the biggest game of the season. Some people have said it's obviously the biggest game since Palace last season, but some people have even said it's the biggest game since 97, 98. I don't disagree, quite honestly. It's nerve-wracking to say the least. I just don't think we have the quality. I really don't. Simple as. Hope I'm wrong. I've never been more wanting to be proved wrong. I just don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see who the spark is. Brighton are on the move again. If his own player didn't trip over the ball, Brighton would be in for a 5th. I just don't see it. Where's the spark going to come from? Who's it going to be? Dwight McNeil? Don't know. Brighton are in again. That's just over the bar. Looks like Solly March going for the goal there. Still 4-0, 5 minutes of added time in the first half. A little bit surprised by that, actually, no matter what there was an injury, but still, you'd think 4-0 up, it would be just a quick couple of minutes to get to halftime, but the referee's given 5. We're about halfway through that. 1 minute of added time at Brentford. Forest have a throw-in the final third, a place they haven't been much. And this will take us to halftime. This will likely be the last. Oh, that's handball shouts. Oh, my God. Forest have a goal. It's 1-0 to Forest. Unbelievable. Good Lord. What the hell? It's seemingly something out of nothing. Brentford have been the better team by far this game for the entire first half. It's taken a bit of a deflection, and it's put away. I mean, credit where credit's due. They've taken their chance. It's Danilo again, coming on strong the last couple of weeks. He scored the penalty. I think he scored 2 last week, but he definitely scored the penalty at the end of the game. Now he's doing some weird Yerry Mina type dance. It's a throw in. It's seemingly headed away by Brentford. It's off a It's off a Brentford body that Forest were claiming was handball, but regardless, it's taken a bit of a deflection. It looks like it's just off his back. Um, the Forest player tries to get a shot in that's bounced off a Brentford defender's leg, and it just falls right to Danilo on this from about 6 yards out, and he makes no mistake. At this point, after watching Everton and other teams this season, even if it's even if it's viewed as a sitter to some people, credit where credit's due for actually finishing it, because I've seen so much not finishing this season. So Danilo scores. That will be the last kick of the half. It's 1-0 to Forest at halftime. I don't think it will be a Forest win. Now, will Brentford score more than one goal? Not sure, but I think Brentford. I think Brentford do score and at least get a draw out of it. Long way to go. Some can call it lucky. Not sure. They'll take it no matter what. Unexpected, to say the least, though. Unexpected. January sign. You're so right. January signings bids for every club except us. You are absolutely right. Update this ticker real quick for my people. See when the goal was. Goodness gracious. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Jeff Stelling to leave Soccer Saturday. I thought that was already announced. Wasn't it announced and then it wasn't announced? Is that what it was? Then he changed his mind or something like that? Oh, I mean, Wezzo, you're spot on, mate. Every journalist and pundit said the same thing. We came out a weaker team because we signed nobody. The only team in the league to sign nobody. I was in Liverpool for the end of that transfer window, and it was just it was actual we knew it was bad. We knew the board was awful. We knew our recruitment was bad. We knew everything was bad. But it was still actual disbelief. We could not believe it had come to this. That we couldn't even get the worst. We couldn't even get a desperate signing of Andre Ayew. That's so bad. So bad. Couldn't even get a striker that we don't even want. So bad. And we sold our top goals. Yeah, that makes it even worse. So bad. A lot of messages. Sorry, catching that. Trying to get a couple more on the stream here, but I'm not finding. Might just be me today, boys and girls. Sorry, you'll have to deal with it. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Thanks everybody for joining. By the way, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe, all that good stuff. And just because I like to cheap plug my own channels, please throw me a subscription as well. I'd much appreciate it. That's my personal channel at Real Domino Chris, featuring all kinds of cool content that I need to keep updated as well. So throw me a sub. I will appreciate it. And we will move on. Halftime at both of these games. I think I'm actually going to let me actually go make a brew real quick before the second half starts. If you guys bear with me 1 second. We'll just pretend like this is an ad break, right? Be right back, boys and girls. Keep each other occupied in the chat. If someone comes in, let them know I'm still here. Be right back, boys and girls. Welcome back to Follow Everton. I really would be good if I got back into radio, I think. I was decent as a kid, but I still had things to work through, still define my voice, etc. I would kill it now. But I wouldn't be like, I don't know. There's so much hokey on the radio. Welcome back. We're driving through Liverpool tonight, and Tommy is written in. Tommy just wants to say hey to his girlfriend. Blah, 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 blah. Like it's easy to be hokey on the radio, but I don't want to be like that regular stupid DJ voice. Even though I could put it on, like that's more of a joke. Am I related to Dana White? Good Lord, I wish. How much money I would have. Dana White is a friggin' billionaire. I'm pretty sure. No, I'm not related to Dana White. Come on, Brentford. Come on, Brentford. Yeah, we need that. Everton and Southampton are down. Yeah, probably. Hope not. Hope not. What did I miss? Hang on. Let me get back to these comments. What did I miss? Chairman Bill. Fuck off. Fuck off. Defo need a Brentford win. Yeah, you nailed that one, bud. Leeds fan here. Looks like you and us for those last two spots. I'll just be glad when it's all over. Yeah, bud, you're not the only one. At this point, we just want to know. Stop dragging us through the mud. Let it be. Whatever will be, will be. And honestly, it might be both of us. Might be neither of us. What a world. I don't know how you feel, and I don't mean this disrespectfully. I do think Leeds are a worse side than Everton. I think Everton are very bad. I think Leeds' current squad, especially given the injuries, are worse. It's not by much. I'm not pretending like we're that much better, but it is what it is. Somehow Leeds concede more goals than we do. I'll never understand that. Our defense is so bad. Bottle and team spirit is completely gone, mate. You just got to draw. I know that's not a lot, but well, I don't know. I get where you're coming. We just got to draw too, so I guess it's not much different. We probably deserve to go down. That's the unfortunate realization that I think a lot of our fans have come to, especially this week. We deserve to go down. I made this argument a few weeks ago. If you strip the name Everton off of our squad, club, whatever, if as a neutral football unbiased fan, you looked at our squad, you looked at our goals, you looked at the way we play, you actually watched our games like you would as an Everton fan, but if as a neutral you just watched our games, any neutral would say that's one of the worst sides in the Prem and they absolutely deserve to go down. Our fans say that. Of course we deserve it. We're a horrible side. We're not a Premier League side. We're not good. It is really just down to if there are three teams worse. Don't know. Forest are worse. Southampton are worse. I don't know if Leeds are worse. I think that's kind of a toss-up. Honestly, the way Leicester have played this season for most of the season, Leicester were shocking for like 6 to 8 weeks before they started picking it back up a couple of weeks ago. But Leicester were bad. And I had to watch some of these stupid games because we were around it. And so I'm forced to watch this just horrible Leicester City club play football. So, I mean, for much of the season, Leicester were arguably worse as well. We had our moments. Leicester had their moments. Leeds went on a decent run there for a little bit. We've all had little spurts of form, I guess, if you like. Decent form. But no, overall, Everton are such a poor side. They don't deserve to stay up because they're not a Premier League side. We're a squad made mostly of championship players that are pretending to be in the Premier League. It's awful. It's awful to watch, and it gets worse every week. When the game's there for the taking, we don't go for the game. When we concede, we hang our heads almost every time. Not every time. We came back against Chelsea twice. I remember the game. But most of the time when we concede quickly again. It's awful. It's horrible football. One of our best halves in terms of pace and possession. First half against Newcastle. What happens? We go into halftime down 1-0. It's such a microcosm and a fitting part of the season. Every game that we've actually won, the 1-0 win over Brentford, should have been up at least 3 at halftime. Can't finish, can't put a game to bed. Ended up winning. Great. Happy about that. But you can't put a game to bed. Couldn't score against Villa. Probably had 3 good chances in the first half, couldn't score, and one in the second half. Mope hasn't cleared off the line. End up giving up a penalty and going down 2-0, lose 2-0. Game that should have never been even close to that. Even the Arsenal game that we won 1-0 had a few chances in the first half. Should have scored. Should have been up 3-1 at Forest at halftime. Forest is the worst game. Forest is one of the worst games. It's not the worst performance of the season. Forest is where they lost it for me. Forest was the one we should have won, should have buried Forest and elevated ourselves in the process, would have finally gotten the lack of away wins off our back, might have given us more confidence in the future. Sean Dyche refuses to make a sub, blows the game against Forest. And ever since then, to me, it's been downhill. Plain and simple. Missed chances, blown chances, dropped points unnecessarily. Everton that. Having said all of that, still in it. We still have Monday, but I just think I think this team's just lost itself. I don't know if it's Deitch losing the team or the team. I think they lack confidence, and the ones that do have it don't care. I hate to be that guy. I don't know. I am originally from Louisiana. I have lived all over the country at one point or another, and I currently reside in Houston, Texas. I'm not a Texan. Everybody's got the stereotypical cowboy Southern accent, yada, yada. I never had a Southern accent, but and I don't fit the stereotype, but I live here now. Not forever. I'll probably be gone next year to a different place. Don't know where, but we'll figure it out when we have to. I kind of like moving around. I would like to be settled. It just never happens. See, here's the thing. Put us in a Huddersfield kid and we'd be favorites to go down to stay. Well, it's true, though. Like, the only reason some people haven't accepted is because of the name Everton Football Club. Put Derby County, put Huddersfield, put Wigan, put whatever you want on the list. Put that as the name on top of the and list our current squad under that, and you'd be like, oh man, that team is such trash. They're getting relegated from whatever league they're. It's such a bad team. That's just what it is. Not over yet. Still possible. Can't stress enough. Trying to stay positive, trying to stay optimistic. The team just is, they lack quality. It's not like last year. We've preached, again, I'm being very repetitive of what we'd said over the last few weeks, but last year we had Richarlison, a player that can create something out of nothing. Last year we even had Anthony Gordon, and I don't care what you think of Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon could slide right back into this team right now, given how bad we are. We had Anthony Gordon, who at least was working hard last season, had a little bit of spark to him. Alex Iwobi was playing better last season. We had a somewhat fit. I think Calvert-Lewin was not fit, but tried to play through it. Obviously, the goal against Palace. We had players that could create things. We have no creativity this year. We have no idea this year. We have no thought on the ball. We have no offensive. It's so bad. It's so bad to watch. So bad to watch. Yeah, a lot of people think Fulham was the one, and Fulham was bad. I get it, because Fulham were this was supposed to be at. This is at Goodison. It's supposed to be the fortress. It's supposed to be against the team. Fulham had lost, I think, 4 or 5 on the bounce, missing their top scorer, missing players, playing awful, losing to bad teams, and they come in and they just turn us over. It's so bad. There was a stretch in the first half where we could have, I know it was 1-1 at halftime, could have been up 2-1. A decent 5 minutes into the second half, we start decent, and then Fulham score right after that, and then it was just over. That's a goal. It's 5-0. It's 5-0. It's Danny Welbeck's second of the day. It is 5-0 to Brighton. Wow. And it's right at the beginning. We haven't gotten to the 48th minute yet. Wolves come out completely flat. Wow. Wolves are awful. Wolves are awful. Hey, Welbeck. Have a day, young lad. I use young very loose. How old is Danny Welbeck? I guess he's still young. He's got to be younger than I am still, right? Let's have a look at this goal. It's a great touch. Oh, it's just a horrible giveaway, actually. Sorry. I was about to say I didn't see the build-up, but it looked like it was about to be a good build-up, but then it just comes right off a Wolves defender, right to Denny Welbeck. And he fires it in from about 21 yards out. Great finish, low and away. Honestly, I think Sa's going to want to have this one back. It is a good finish. He puts it in a good place, but I think that might be a save. Sa might have been screened by his might have been screened a bit by his defender. I don't know if he saw that come off Welbeck's foot. Nonetheless, 1-0 or 5-0, I should say. I'm looking at the Forest game on the other side here. Brentford just had a corner that bounced through the box, but nothing doing. 5-0. Unbelievable. I don't know if it's the worst squad in the league, but it's close. It is close. Southampton actually have 3 or 4 very good players. Yeah, I don't know about that. James Ward-Prowse is good. Shea Adams is average. That's about it. What else does Southampton really have? Suleiman is bang average. I think Southampton are a worse side than we are, to be honest with you. The only difference between Shea Adams is probably more of a striker than what we have now. We were linked to Shea Adams as well. I don't think he's a good striker. I think he's just better than what we have. But we'd have him. I just mean that he's not. That doesn't mean he's good. That just means he's better than complete shit. Yeah, you really want to talk about it? Frank's losses against Wolves, and I will never, for the life of me, forget that loss against Wolves. My God, I hate Everton. Shame Brighton never turned up at Forest. Yeah, actually, they did. Brighton in the first half were there. They were creating a lot of chances. They just couldn't finish. It's made it depressing. Brighton absolutely owned that game for the first half. Couldn't finish. Had to take their chances. Had a lot of great chances. You almost felt as if they're not finishing too. You get this sick feeling like Forest are going to make some kind of a comeback, and sure enough, they did. And Forest there was a fair amount of back and forth for 20 minutes in the second half, and then it really did look like Forest with a team, and they proved it. Is that Ivan? Ivan Toney might be on the ground here. Oh no, never mind. Tony's up. Somebody's just taking a hard fall for Brentford. It is 5-0. Brentford. I'm sorry. Wolves on the move. We're only on 51 minutes here. I mean, there's plenty of. Again, there's not much to play for. I'm curious to see how Wolves go into this. I don't. Wolves are on 37 points. It might actually be impossible for them to be dragged back into it, but if it's not impossible, it's certainly near impossible. With 4 games to go after this. I mean, if Forest get this win, it's a massive leap. Can't stress enough. If Forest gets this win, it is, well, to say it's not what we want to see would be an understatement. But a lot of football left. I do think, I mean, Brentford are all over this team. Brentford, I don't see a scenario where Brentford don't get a goal here in the next 40 minutes, you would think. A little bit of a slip up on the defense of Brighton. Wolves get a chance in it. Kind of, I think, Jason Steele, the Brighton keeper, thought a defender was going to head it, and then he doesn't, and it was kind of curving on target. So almost a goal for Wolves, but not quite in the net. Yeah, Chelsea are in 12th. We spoke about it about an hour ago. If Chelsea hadn't had that decent start under Tuchel, they would be right in the thick of this. And you talk about entertaining and a melt. I mean, if you think Everton fans are melting, can you imagine if Chelsea were in a relegation battle with 5 games to go? Good Lord. The Twitter would be comedy gold. It's not as funny when it's happening to your club, though, is it? No, it's not. No, it is not fun. So slow and labored from Brentford. Yeah, but it's just all they need right now because Forest are so open and awful in defense. It's like Brentford. I almost feel like Brentford could play it slow and tactically and just not rip them apart, but find a goal at least. I think Brentford will score. A Forest second would be shocking, but I don't know. Whatever. We'll see. I've seen Brentford do this before. Brentford have had a few of these at home where they've left it late. One against Everton, one against Palace. They even had I'm trying to remember Brentford's game. The one where the VAR screwed up. I can't remember if that was at Brentford or at the Emirates. I think it was at Brentford. Whatever the case, long way to go. Brentford are hard to beat at home. That's right. I forgot it was the last kick of the first half today and last week. That's crazy. Hey, credit to him. Forrester scoring goals. We'd kill to score goals. Full credit. We're just jealous. I know I am. Feel free to have your say in the comments. I think we're having a very good, respectful discussion. You know, I'm all about that. Not sure what you want. We've talked enough about Ben Godfrey and Sean Dyche, but if that's Brighton almost in again. But if that's something you still want to talk about, I'm here for it. I'm here for you guys. Any sugar in your brew. So I did notice overseas it's sugar and not like in coffee here, I use creamer. But creamer is not really a thing overseas, which I was a little bit surprised. Um, but no, I just put cream in here. Now there's sugar in the creamer already because it's just I buy the creamer from the store, but no separate like sugar or sugar cubes or anything like that. But I also do find like I'll try to have a coffee when I'm overseas, but I do find that when I'm over there, I have more tea than anything. IU subbed in. I missed that. What minute are you on? You might be ahead of me, Chris. It's a yellow card, by the way. The Forest player jumps in front of Brentford's key. Oh, IU subbed. Okay, I must be way behind because I just watched IU try to block this the kick from Navas here or from Raya, excuse me, and he's been given a yellow, but I didn't see him get subbed off. Oh, subbed in. Oh, excuse me, I read that wrong. I apologize. Subbed in and immediately gets booked. Now it makes sense. Wezo, are you a coffee guy, a tea guy, or both? That goes for all of you. Coffee or tea? I can honestly say I've not met. Oh, Matoma's on, by the way. I've not met a person from the UK who don't drink. Okay, so I was going to ask. Perfect. Do Americans drink tea, or is it purely a coffee drinking nation? So some Americans drink tea, but the difference is I've never been in a UK household that doesn't have a kettle, and in America, very few people have kettles. Like so much that like they don't. It's not even called a kettle. Like it's called a tea kettle, which UK folks find funny. But um, I have one. I drink tea. It's not the I drink I have Tetley tea, which I'm told by people over there, no, not good. I looked for Yorkshire tea, can't find it. I'm told that's the one to get, but I don't know. I can't find it. But I like tea. I put honey in my tea, which some have approved of, but the overwhelming majority think I am blasphemous for putting honey in my tea. I put milk and honey in my tea. Amy is on my side. She thinks honey's great. But for the most part, people from, especially from Liverpool, think I'm a stupid American for putting honey. That's fine, whatever. Espresso is fantastic. It gets the job done. I'll say this: espresso here, and then getting like I've had like a coffee in Spain before, and because when I'm playing poker, this is before I even started really drinking a lot of coffee. But when I would play poker, I would drink coffee because it would help me stay awake, right? And so I had a couple of the look at Matoma just bursting down the line. Brighton almost have six. Um, the coffees in Spain didn't mess around because I mean these are tiny coffees, and it's the same in Italy. But I had two of these in Spain, and when I tell you I was actually shaking, I've never had that experience before. I was like terrified to have another. Brighton are in the clear. Oh, what a block by the defense. It looks like the offside flag's gone up anyway, but that was almost six for Brighton anyway. Tetley's is okay. I think it's fun. I don't know. That's the thing. If the other one is that much better, I'm all for it. I'm all willing to try it, but it's okay. I like it. Honey and tea and coffee. Milk first or second in your tea. Milk goes in first. Like I'll make the tea, I'll let it brew, squeeze it out, then the milk goes in, then the honey. Mix it all together. Seems like the right way to go. Don't know. Here come Brentford with a little bit of number. Now, you know, Forest have a clear five at the back now. It looks as though Well, we'll just see. See if Forest can keep their shape. They're still a very open defense. Yorkshire tea obliterates Tetley. Yeah, I've heard that from a lot. Wait, what's the blasphemy? What am I supposed to do? Wait, so you're supposed to put milk in? Hang on. No. I gotta hear this. I thought I was doing it right. This is how I was taught to do it. Creamer at the bottom. See, that's no, I can't get on board with that. That's like putting milk in. Milk in second. What do you mean though? Like always second after what though? After the honey or after something else? Or are you saying I don't put the milk in before the tea? I'm so confused. Um, that's like saying you put your milk in before your cereal. That doesn't make any sense. Milk, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I put the water. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I put the water in. That's what I was saying. I put the water in, I let it all brew, and then I take the bag out. Then I put the milk in after that. Yeah, no, I do that. I didn't describe that well, but that's how I do it. Tea bag out, then milk, then well, honey for me. But yeah. Brentford have a corner. It's in. Nothing doing. Tries to hit it on the volley. Does. I believe that's the recent sub. Wissa. Not sure. Forest playing physical football. Great ball, that. Almost on the break. We're on 60 minutes. A lot of football left. I'm being very repetitive, but I think Brentford will score. If you put sugar in before the milk, you're a weirdo. All right. I don't put sugar in at all. So maybe that's weird enough. Don't know. Just past the 60-minute mark in both of these games. It is 5-0 to Brighton and 1-0 to Forest at the minute. Yeah, if Forest win this game, it is absolutely down to a bottom four of Southampton, Everton, Leeds, and Leicester. I mean, what a shocking result this would be for Forest. I believe they have Southampton next at the City Ground, too. Strong tea or weak tea? I don't really know. I don't think I've had enough tea to make that judgment. I don't hate either one, put it that way. Definitely a stronger coffee though. The coffee has to have a kick. Like I don't know, I don't even know how it works over there because I haven't had enough Forest with the steal. They've got numbers 2-on-1. Here come Forest. That's just atrocious. Brentford defender just stands him up. Very bad from Forest. Over here we have basically like light roast, medium roast, dark roast, with dark roast coffee being the strongest. I'm always a dark roast person, and there's an extra button on the machine to make it stronger, which I also do. Sweet or savory? I'm assuming that you mean in terms of like crisps or chocolate, sweet crisps or sweets. I don't know. Make sure clarify that before I answer. Brighton are in again. This time Wolves get out of it. What's a pen? I don't know how far you're ahead of me, the Blues. Where are you, mates? Builder's brew, man. It has to look like a cup of tar of coffee. I'm assuming you mean, right? Or is that for you talking about tea as well? Barry's just joined us with the beacon of positivity, looking like we're down. Nah, just kidding, mates. So Wezo, you really go for the hard stuff. Now are you do put milk? Does anybody not put milk in tea? Let me ask you that. That milk is a requirement in tea, right? Just want to make sure I have that right. Oh, I've just seen Matoma. What you're talking about? How is that not given? That's a Stonewall penalty. All right, here's what you're not gonna like. Do you like cream eggs? We must know. You're not gonna like that. I don't know. I haven't had everything that I'm supposed to have over there. They don't put milk and tea in Spain. I don't think they put honestly, they don't it's not a in America, milk isn't uh a definite thing. I had to learn that when I went overseas, actually. What minute? Sorry, just seeing this coming. What minute second am I on in Brighton game? I am at actually it's not up. Give me 1 second. And Ciso and Veltman coming out for Brighton, and on comes these players are upset. They're up 5-0. Just get off the pitch. What's the matter with you? You don't have to finish all the games. On come McAllister and Caicedo. So Brighton do get their main players on. Keep the legs fresh. I think that's a good move by De Zerbi. Certainly taking their time. Not that it really matters. I think Wolves at this point just want to get off the pitch. Sorry, still waiting for the clock. I am on 64 minutes and 20 seconds in the Brighton game. 64 minutes and 30 seconds in the Brentford and Forest game. Yeah, let me actually. Sometimes when I get off the screen, it fails to refresh. Or actually, when it comes out of halftime, sometimes it's bad. I just refresh my stream. So let me see how this works. No, 64-43. I think I'm on the same spot I was. Yeah, 64 minutes, or almost to 65 minutes, I guess. Whatever. It's fine. All I ask is that you don't spoil if there's a goal. If you have something else to say about it, then whatever. I must try one. I might have had a cream egg. I went back. I was dating a girl from the UK, and I went over for Christmas late 2021, and she made sure to put together all of the essentials of sweets, and we had a whole crisp bag, like a grab bag of what to try. So I think, oh, it's a chip. It's in the net. What a goal. Oh, my God. It's 6-0 to Brighton. What a goal. Undav's second of the match. It's chipped over the keeper. It hits the bar and goes down. I didn't see the build-up. Sorry, I was busy talking about sweets and crisps. Wolves are getting absolutely torn apart, and they're lucky that they seem to be safe because their goal difference would be taking a hit. So 1 second before I get back to the cream eggs and crisps. I want to see how this one started. 6-0. My goodness. Come on, show this one again. Oh, hang on. I can't wait to get to black pudding. I've just seen. Oh, it's a howler by Sa or by the defense. It's awful. So I don't know if Matoma gets a boot on this to dispossess this Wolves defender. It looks as though he does. I don't know if he gets the ball though, so I don't know if he'll technically get credit for the assist, but he certainly gets a. No, it's awful from Wolves. And Matoma's there with the pressure, and so he gets the quote unquote pressure assist. I don't think he'll get one officially on the stat sheet, but it's a fantastic finish by Undav. Just right off the bar. Brighton are in again. Almost, I mean, Wolves have just given up. All right. Anyway, back to this. Black pudding is when I go over and have a full English. I try. Hang on, let me actually update this ticker real quick. When I go over and have a full English, I continuously try black pudding. I think that I have liked black pudding like once, maybe twice out of a bunch of full Englishes that I've had, and it's just never been my thing. If I have a choice, I'm going to get it either without or get a substitute for something else. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. In a full English, a hash brown isn't a part of that, is it? Or what am I? Potato cake, I guess you'd call it. That's not a part of it. That's more on the Scottish side, right? To be fair, everything in a full English is pretty much fantastic. I don't care what's in front of me. I'm going to eat it all. But no, I'm not a huge black pudding fan. Can't watch this Brentford match anymore. It's stressing me out. Yeah, kind of me too at this point. Brighton just can't stop scoring, but we need a Brentford equalizer pretty severely. That's the thing, Wezzo. You're nailing it. Forest are finding this completely unexpected gear. And yeah, here's the thing. What I will say, before these last two games, Forest were a worse side than Everton in terms of quality, seemingly, right? You'd like to think that if they can find something, so can we. I can't believe it until I see it. Forrester on the break again, by the way. Here we come. It's 3v3 now. Brentford players gotten back, a crossover. Nothing doing there. That'll go out for a Brentford throw. Nobody expected Forest to win, and here they are. So I'm trying to hold on to nobody expects Everton to win. Maybe we can find one result. Here's the thing. One result might change the entire mentality of our squad. It's just I can't see them getting a result. They don't look up for it. A perfect example is a game like Palace. It's 0-0. It's there for the taking, and we just don't even seem like we're going for it. It's right there. Those are the games that you have to at least try for. It's not even about being happy with a draw. It's about going for a win because we need wins. Silly. Sunday roast, so everybody seems to talk about it. What all does a Sunday roast entail? My guess is no, because I think I would remember having it if it's such a specific thing. So what all is a Sunday roast? Try Scouse as well. I mean, food, not a girl. I've had both. We'll leave it at that. Chips on your full English. Never had that. I'm sure it's wonderful though. Chips go with everything, right? Yeah, fish and chips in America though are not even kind of close to what they are overseas. I've tried to give it a go a few times, but I just kind of gave up and started getting other things because if you go to a pub in America, they'll do a few things decent. But I've stopped trying fish and chips because they just don't do it correctly. Well, that's okay. Whatever. They try. It's just not the same. A brown sauce. Not a fan of brown sauce. I tried it, gave it a go. Would try it again. But it's not even that I strongly dislike it. I just prefer it without it, if that makes sense. Sunday roast is a roast chicken with roast potatoes and carrots and broccoli with mash. See, I feel like I've just had that, but not like on a Sunday and not called a Sunday roast. But everyone seems to love it. Like if I go overseas and I get on the online dating profiles, so many girls on there are all about Sunday roast with family. I don't know what that means, but now I know. But it's a big family thing. Am I right? Like that's like a gathering and a get together of people. Well played. Ivan Toney must have money on Forest to stay up or money on Everton to go down. One of the two. Most of our squad will probably end up at other Premier League clubs, either ones who are promoted or mid-table teams. I was going to say, but before I read the rest of it, I was going to say what Premier League clubs, mid-table teams, so they really don't care. I could see some of our players going to a Burnley or a Sheffield United. I don't know. Where's a player? Yeah, I don't even want to get into that. We could have a discussion on it, but I'm going to wait until at least after Monday and probably longer because it's just going to be too depressing. Cheese, beans, egg on toast with a cup of tea, Yorkshire tea bags. I think we found Dixie's go-to brekkie. A quick reminder, if you haven't liked or subscribed, please do that on YouTube at Follow Everton. And once again, a cheap plug for me, excuse me, my personal YouTube channel at Real Domino Chris. I am proud of it and what it's about to be, so throw me a sub as well. I would appreciate it. Back to the ticker. Still 6-0 to Brighton, but here they come again. Brighton are still pressing like they're down 1-0. I kind of love it. You talk about a team with fight that their fans can be proud of. My God. Especially after the performance they turned in last week at Forest. Brighton just coming out here to make a statement. I absolutely love it from a neutral perspective. I wish that Wolves were in the thick of this because this would really be a confidence killer for them. But unfortunately for us, Wolves got the points that they needed. I think 37 should be enough. Frank Brennan coming in, taking the piss. Fair enough. You're entitled to that. How many subscribers have I got now? Let's have a look. been a pretty good week actually, because I think I got 10 new subs from the we were post Newcastle and we had a lot of fans coming in. 67, so 3 new subs today. If you are one of those new subs, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I would like that to get to, we're on 67 subs. I'd like that to get to 100 pretty soon, because for the podcast, which I'm most proud of, only because I think that my true niche is interviewing. And I think that for a guest to come on, they obviously like to see that you have subscribers. I'd love to be able to sell them on subs and views and that sort of thing. And I think once I get to 100, then I can be like, look, this thing's only been going for a few weeks. I'm already to 100 subs, a lot of them unique. And I think that they'll not only appreciate that, but be more inclined to come on, seeing that it's growing and I'm staying consistent, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't have to tell, everybody that started this channel know how tough it was to get to. We're now over 2,100 subscribers, which is incredible. A couple of years ago when Ryan started it, he's talked about how tough it's been, because it just is. When you start a channel, developing a following can be a tough thing. You have to stay consistent. You have to be entertaining. You have to do something people will like. Brighton nearly have a 7th. They're really going for it. I love it. The players want to play for each other, and the players all want to. I love it. I love everything Brighton are doing. I wish we were them. It's just tough. So I appreciate all you guys' help in terms of my channel, and we always appreciate you on Follow Everton as well. This channel will grow fast. I agree. I really think that's, we've had a couple hundred subs just in the last few weeks, and I really think that with that and with the word of mouth and with people spreading the word and all that, I think we can easily get to 2,500 in a few weeks, and I think that the sky is the limit. I truly believe that. It's just a different kind. Like, everyone knows about all the other Everton channels. I'm not hiding any of them. Your Toffee TVs, your View from the Bullens, etc. We watch them. It's Everton content, right? It's a different element because they're in a studio, and that's great. The content is the quality, the content, etc. Ours is different because we're at different parts of the country, different parts of the world, different parts of whatever. So while sometimes it can create a not difficult atmosphere, but while sometimes it can be more challenging in terms of conversation, in terms of Wi-Fi, in terms of whatever, it's just a different atmosphere. We're on Zoom talking to our mates because we have people all over the world. We have friends all over the world, and I think that's awesome. So I love this channel. I wouldn't have it any other way. And I can't wait to go overseas and actually meet a lot of these people in person. Met a couple. I caught up with Jan before. That's Brighton have just missed by inches so many times. It's crazy. I met Jan. We went to the Royal Oak before the Villa game, I believe. And then I met Ryan at the Forest game as well. And so gotten to meet a couple of these folks in person, but everyone else I look forward to meeting next time. This channel's boss. Thank you, bud. We very much appreciate it. Hal, thanks very much, Betty. Very much, bud. We appreciate it. Fan channels grow fast when the team. Yeah, it is kind of funny. We've gotten by far our most views when Everton have just completely shit the bed. I guess fans want to come hear rants and swearing and anger and rage, and I get it. It's like a train wreck. You can't look away, right? Just sub. Thank you, TJ. Very much, buddy. Very much. Thank you. 4 subs today. All right, buddy. Thank you guys. You guys are the best. Thank you very much. Brentford have been shocking. Yeah, I'm trying to keep an eye on this. It seems as though they're not. They're having the ball, but they kind of look like they have. There's not much finishing creativity here, unless I'm missing something. Yeah, I'll say this, and I don't want to get into it too much since it's not a reality of the situation yet. I really do think if we go down, it's not one of those where we stay down forever. I think we'll be back. Again, there's arguments I can present, but I just really don't even want to go down that road because I don't want to bring the party down or just have this be. We've had enough dwelling on the negativity lately, so I'm just gonna hope for the best and hope it doesn't happen. But if it does, I do think that it will get rid of the cancerous board and get rid of the players that should be gotten rid of anyway. Don't know how long it would take. Not saying we bounce back up the next year. If you gave me the choice, and this is going to be something that people will disagree with because some people say relegation's bad no matter what. If you gave me the choice of this board, of us staying up and this board staying, or us going down, them leaving and taking that risk, I'm rolling the dice on that in a heartbeat. If going down is the only way that this board goes, I'm for it. Sorry. We're never going to win anything with this board, ever. It's going to be the same thing next year and the year after that if we continue to stay up. Do you really want for the next 10 years to finish 17th in the Premier League? It's not getting better. It's just not. So, almost a wonder goal for Brentford, by the way. From Ben Mee. Luton in the playoffs would be that would be a heck of an achievement for Luton to come up. Love a full English. Get in there, mates. Points deduction next season. I don't think that's going to happen. I think that that's a bit overblown. We'll see. 2 seasons in the championship, we go down. I'd be okay with that. If 2 seasons in the championship, yeah, we're going to hear a lot of shtick and our friends from other clubs taking the piss. I get it. No one wants that. If it's for the best of the club long term, I don't know. It's not a popular opinion. Some people are going to call me a stupid American. That's okay. I'm okay with it. I'm trying to think what's in the best long-term interest of this club. And if you tell me the board leaves, that's in the best long-term interest of this club. End of. Exactly. We stay in the league, we're in the same predicament. It's the exact same thing. We'll have the same crap players, the same manager not making the right sub. We're not signing anybody. We don't have any money to spend. Going down is what's needed to get a change in ownership. It's not so bad. Couldn't agree more. But I don't know what actual. Here's the thing. I think more people actually think that, and they're afraid to say it because they don't want to get yelled at or they don't want to get slated on the internet, etc. And that's okay. I understand. It's. I'm over here, right? You guys have to live. You got the locals. You live it all the time. I to an extent, I wish I could. I wish I could be there with you. I just can't always be there. You have to hear it from people every day. You have to live it. It's not the same. I get it. You don't want to have those strong opinions. I think a lot more people think going down might be a better thing. Or maybe not better, but I think people think going down would be okay. They don't want to say it. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't know. That's my gut. Ivan Toney taking a free kick. Oh, it's in! 1-1. Brentford have equalized. It's a great set piece. Oh, that's a big one, boys and girls. It's gone in. Navas has got a hand on it. It looks like he might have pushed this onto the post, and then it's gone in. It's another late equalizer at Brentford. Wow. Ivan Toney, get in, mates. I always knew you should have played all season. The betting thing was just, it's okay. Whatever. We've said it all year. Hey, all jokes aside, oh, hang on. Let's see this goal again. It's pushed off the post. I said it weeks ago. Everybody that was talking about Toney shouldn't be playing, I said, you better bite your tongue because we're going to need him later in the season. It's pushed onto the post. It's pushed back on. You know what? This actually might be an own goal. So it's pushed onto the post by Navas. It's back onto. It might have gone off the post and off Navas's head, in which case it's an own goal. But he might have pushed it off the post and in. Whatever. It's 1-1 regardless. So I'll wait to update the ticker until I see who that goal is actually credited to. Back to real quick before I get to the Brentford stuff. Need a hard reset. Yes, I believe that. I personally think that that's what I personally think that that's what we need. Stay up. We'll go to Goodison, remove the board. Totally agree. No, bullshit, because we would have done that last year. I refuse to believe change is going to happen if we stay up, and that's the scary, scary part. Totally agree the board along with the loser Thelwell. I don't know how I feel about Thelwell, quite frankly, but the board's a joke. Would agree, except they're not going to leave. They won't sell the club for less than what they paid. I also agree with that. Mashiri's waiting for the stadium to be finished. I don't think the board are going to leave. Other people are convinced. I just don't think so. If we stay up, I don't think they're going anywhere. I hope I'm wrong. Very much hope I'm wrong. Let's see. Moving on. I think we'll sell players like Onana, but that's just to satisfy FFP, though, mate. Yeah, exactly. Just to offset the losses. Sorry, I was guilty of just reading the first few words that time. See, I can admit it. I'm wrong that time, but you're spot on there. It absolutely will not be 10 plus seasons in the championship. That's wrong. I hope I'm right there, but we'll see. Also, again, we're not down. We're not down yet. I don't get excited about it. It's not going to change. We'll be 17th every season if we stay up. All right, now on to the Brentford. Everybody's celebrating the Brentford goal. Very good, very good, very good, very good, very good. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Love to have a live chat with you one day, Chris. I'll tell you about the day I cried live on air commentating on a game. I'd love nothing more than that, mates. Feel free to drop us a line. I'll definitely Stu. I'm not. I was meant to be coming over in May for the run-in, and unfortunately, it unfortunately had to get postponed. It has nothing to do with the quality in Everton. I would still be there supporting, but I just had some stuff over here I had to take care of, so might have to wait till next season. But stay tuned with us, bud. Throw me a sub. Not to keep plugging this by any means, but throw me a sub on YouTube if you haven't already. We'll keep in touch. If that's the case, I'd love to hear more about that and possibly get you on the podcast for sure, bud. That would be amazing. Yeah, that's the first thing I thought of, like the Villa goal against Arsenal when it goes off Martinez. Oh man, going down is anything but okay. No matter how you spin it, it's the worst case scenario for 3 or 4 seasons. It's not. I mean, it's just you're just wrong, but that's okay. I think you've shown on this in the last few minutes that you've kind of been trolling anyway. So I don't know if what you're saying it should be taken with a grain of salt. We've seen teams go down. We had a Burnley fan come on last week and say going down was the literal best thing that's ever happened to the club because they came up stronger. We all see what happened to Villa, Newcastle, and different clubs. It's just facts. So no, it doesn't always work. Yes, there are examples of teams that have gone down and not come back up or have taken a while to come up. But there are teams that have come up stronger and better and with different management and different ownership because it does happen. It's a risk. It's a rolling of the dice if you put it the way that I've put it. I personally would take that risk because all I've watched is dross for so long and I've watched it get so much worse to the point where our fans hate our club. They still go and support because we also love our club and it sounds weird what I'm saying, but it's like we hate what we're watching. We don't like any of the players. The players are awful. We don't like the board. We hate the owner. Going to Goodison used to be a fun experience. It's become a chore. Sad. Cheers, Stu. Sounds perfect, mate. Thank you. Subscribe. My man Wezzo. Thank you, buddy. Very, very much. No, here's the thing. Chris, I see you listing teams. Yes, we could be one of those. Sunderland, Wigan, Blackburn, name them all. Some teams that have gone down and come back up. I don't think we would be that way. My personal opinion. That's okay. I think that we will get players assigned for us because I think historically we've been a bigger club than those other clubs. Personal opinion. I'm hoping that the history would come into play. I get that it's not exactly recent history by any means, but I just refuse to believe that. Maybe it's denial. Maybe it is me with the goggles on and biased and denial. It absolutely could be. So maybe it is. Matoma with a strike. It is just all Brighton. Brighton could have 10 this game. I'm curious, bigger than Blackburn Bolton, so much money, we'd attract new owners. I'm curious to see what happens with this current. It seems like, I don't know if it's just internet rumors, but it does seem like things are further advanced in terms of minority stake in the club or stadium funding, whatever, whether it's MSP or 777, whatever the case. Maybe something could happen this week. Don't know. Everton are not a Burnley. You're nowhere near that good. Yeah, you're an idiot, Frank. And that's okay. We welcome idiot morons in this chat. That's fine. It's a weak troll. Like, it's not even a good troll. You're not even making sense. And that's okay. I'm not going to block you. You're more than welcome to have your say. Your say is just really stupid. Brentford with the cross into the middle. Handball shouts. It's shot on by Whistle. Oh, it's on the goal. Oh, my goodness. 6 inches from being 2-1 to Brentford. Wow, great save. Didn't get all of the save, but he got enough to keep it in front of him, put it that way. Wow. Oh, it's taking a touch. It's a strike from about 20 yards out. It's taking a touch off a Brentford midfielder. I'm not sure who it is, but it's a deflection that completely goes the other direction. Almost freezes Navas, but wow, that is a world-class save. He's going to his right, has to stop on a dime, go to his left, just gets a fingertip on it to save it. Nearly 2-1 to Brentford. Fantastic save. Problem is going down. You need to keep the quality or they will tear Everton apart. Mate, there is no quality to keep. The team has no quality. Simple as. There's no need to analyze it. There's not quality on that team right now, with the exception of maybe Jordan Pickford in goal. Just isn't. Name me an outfield player and I'm okay with them going. I don't care who it is. I really don't. No, there's no way if any of those outfield players left, anybody would be arsed about it. As an Everton fan, I think I'd be shocked. If you are, please comment, make me a case. If we're completely honest, I wouldn't even really care if Pickford left. I don't want Pickford to leave, but I wouldn't. It's whatever. We have other needs that we need to worry about. You stabilize the defense and a midfield. It makes the goalkeeper look a lot better. Pickford is a world-class goalkeeper, so I want to have this right. I don't want this to be taken out of context. But Pickford also is made to look better because he makes these world-class saves, because he has to make these world-class saves, because the defense and midfield are so poor that the opposition gets so many shots, and good shots at that. And it's not a knock on Pickford. It's a knock on our horrible outfield. And it does make him look a little bit better. Doesn't need to look better. Pickford's still a world-class keeper, so I want to have that right, but don't know. Other positions are more important, in my opinion, at this current moment. 40 years of toffee. Went to the game on Thursday night from Ireland. Would totally agree. Get relegated, get rid of board. Most players, I would take that thought take, but yeah, I would. Yeah, it's not a popular opinion, my mates, and I get why. I totally get why. I totally get all of the cases of not coming back. I totally understand it. I just don't think people quite understand how much this board and owner have ruined our club from the outside looking in. We've seen it all. We've seen it happen gradually. We've seen it specifically happen more quickly in the last 2 years. They can't understand that unless they've seen it from our perspective, in my personal opinion. Narcotics are strong, he says. Danilo going off injured. I didn't see the injury, mate. I'm seeing it now that the graphics up that they're playing with 10 men temporarily with no subs remaining. So this will be interesting. There's been 7 minutes of added time, by the way. 3 minutes of added time in the Brighton game. Still 6-0. Wolves just had maybe their best chance, but nothing doing there. Sorry, 2 minutes left. So this game will be over. 7 minutes left. We're in, excuse me, now into the 3rd minute of added time. Brentford are playing with 11 and Forest with 10 with an injury and no subs. This is going to be interesting. For all intents and purposes, let me get the table up. Brentford are in 9th. Technically, they can get to 6th, but it would take a lot of help. So I don't want to say Brentford have nothing to play for, but yeah, I hope that they think they have something to play for. Put it that way. It's full time. It's full time at Brighton. It is 6-0. That is the final score. Eyes are locked now on Brentford. A little bit of a bad touch down the right side. He's got the cross and handball. Not really much. It looked like he got it with his chest. Sorry, let me get back to the comments here, boys and girls. Tarkovsky would be handy with his physicality in the chip. No, you're right. That's a great point. Of our current squad, Tarkovsky might be the only one willing to be physical. Maybe Gay, maybe, but I don't know if he would stay. I think Gay actually might, but maybe not. Not a fun conversation, nonetheless. Oh, it's in. It's 2-1 to Brentford. What a strike. Oh, it might be Wissa. I'm not sure who scored it, but Brentford have their second goal. It's 2-1. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Is this the confidence killer that we needed from Forest? Wow. Man, oh man, oh man. What a turnaround. I'd like to reiterate, it still means nothing if we can't get a result, but this at least, oh, whatever. It might put it, it might, it's in our hands. It might give us some sort of weird confidence we can still go for it. I don't know. All I know is we needed this result, especially given how it looked 15 minutes ago. My God, 2 late goals from Brentford. Great individual effort, by the way, to cut back to the middle. I think that was somebody correct me. I think that was Wissa that scored. Was that Wissa that scored that goal? VAR is checking. Oh no, they're gonna rule this out. So it's a possible offside. The player is technically offside. Is it going to be ruled as affecting the play? Goodness gracious. He's definitely offside. It's a matter of if they rule. I don't think it's. Yeah, I think it's offside. It's no question if he's. I don't know if this player touched the ball, and so then it becomes, did he affect the play? Oh, it's gonna stand. Wow. As I've said the whole stream, VAR is fantastic, and I've always been a big supporter of it. So, it's De Silva. It's a goal. Steve Cooper is baffled and beside himself. Honestly, I don't blame him. I don't understand. If it's De Silva's goal and it wasn't touched, it's an argument. If the player in the middle that was very clearly offside touched it, then this is corruption and whatever. But even if he didn't, you could still rule he affected the play. From an Evertonian perspective, I don't care. I'm happy it was a goal. Unless there's something it doesn't matter. It's a goal. That's all I care about. All right, let's update the tickers here. You know what? I'll wait. We all know it's 2-1. I'm going to wait to update until it's full time because I'm just going to update it all at once. We're in the 97th minute, but with that VAR review, I expect there to be at least 2 to 3 more minutes added. So there's 7 minutes of added time. We're 20 seconds from that. I expect this to get to at least 100, but we shall see. Brentford have a throw in here. Certainly taking their time to make that throw. I just laughed out loud and got a stick. That was for you, the Blues. Brentford on the move again. They're almost through. That's a foul for sure. No call. Wow. Looked like a clear shove in the back. Ref lets this one go, though. Lets them play. Let me get this one on the full screen. Into the 98th minute, Brentford with possession. Forest are still playing with 10 men. I didn't see the Danilo injury. My buddy Dave Weston says it looked really bad, so I will take his word. Yeah, sorry. Yes, it's a goal. It's 2-1. It's currently 2-1 to Brentford. Sorry, my tickers. You know what? Let me update it just so people are just in case people are just coming back. Let me just update it with the score. I'm not going to put the goal scores just because I'm trying to keep an eye on the game, but it is Brentford 2-1. Whatever. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Why not? All right, we're in the 98th minute. We've got a Brentford player down currently Let's see. Tony in the 82nd and De Silva in the 4th minute of added time. Wowzers. I don't have the sound on, but the Brentford players seem to be having themselves a fun day. Or, I'm sorry, the Brentford fans seem to be having themselves a fun day now. All right, 2-1 to Brentford. Hobbled off very gingerly. Was it a groin or a leg or what? How did it happen? Was it non-contact or was it a tackle? Did you see? Lila, shut up. With all due respect. One day we might make 5 subs. Yeah, right. Maybe over the course of 3 games. Look like a hammy. Yeah, he'll be out for the rest of the year then. Forest do have a free kick from about from way out. Ball's in. We're on 99 minutes and 40 seconds. I don't know how much more of added time it's been given now. A lot of players hit the deck. Brentford player clearly feigning an injury, but at this point, I'm for it. So. Yeah, I mean, this should give the players a massive boost. I hope it does. It all. Let's not forget there are very valuable results still in play for tomorrow. Um, you know, tomorrow we have Bournemouth hosting Leeds. Massive. We still need Leeds to go down, even though our Leeds fans in the chat have been very kind for the last few days. We still have to, for our own sake, root against you guys. Fulham hosts Man City, United hosts Villa, Newcastle hosts Southampton, Liverpool hosts Spurs. So honestly, the only game I'm really personally paying attention to will be Bournemouth and Leeds, only because Newcastle are going to destroy Southampton. I mean, I know nothing is for certain, but that's it. 2-1, full time. My mic's fading. Sorry about that. I must have gone away from it. Whatever the case, it is 2-1 full time. So I'll just leave it. We know these scores on the bottom are full time. Wow. What an absolutely massive comeback. Unfortunately for Forest, in terms of the injury, doesn't help that it's been basically their best player in the past 2 weeks. Danilo's been fantastic. Get in there, Thomas Frank. Get in there, Brentford. Come on, Brentford. Come on, Brentford. All right. So the table as it stands with these full-time results looks like this. If you hang on 1 second. Forest stays 17th on 30 points, level with Leeds, worse on goal difference. Leicester below on 29 points, Everton with 28. Listen, it's very, very simple. We win this game, we're out of the bottom 3. And it's so massive. You'd like to think they would get up for this. I don't know if it's true. I think the side is still very poor, but it's certainly given us fans confidence today, given the circumstance in which it has happened. But enough of that for today. Listen, everyone, thank you guys so much for joining. Let me get through some of these comments before we wrap it up, just because, we've been on here quite a while, but we did have an incredible viewership today. Thank you guys so much for the likes, the subs, also the subs to my personal channel. You guys are the best. Let's get there. First time this season, Brentford have come from behind to win. Yeah, they've equalized a lot, but coming back to win, they couldn't quite get that second one over the line most of the time, could they? Forest and Leeds definitely worse than us. I actually agree with that. And I think Southampton would be the third team worse than us. I think Leeds would be the closest, but I do think Leeds are a worse side with their current squad. If Leeds had a fully fit squad with a Sinistera, with a Tyler Adams, and a couple of other players that they've been missing, I think Leeds might be a better side. That would be a decent game, but I think we're a better side than Leeds. Doesn't matter, though. None of it matters. Leeds are above us on the table. That's the only one that matters. And we have to score goals and we have to get points on the board. Cheers, Stu. Thank you very much for stopping by. Sunday morning, full on English breakfast. I'm very jealous. You know what? I might actually go and get the fixins for an English since we've been talking about it so much. Take care, buddy. And we hope to see you next time. Given a lifeline, we really have. Listen, we've had a few lifelines. We have to take advantage of it. It is on us. Plain and simple. All right. Here's what we've got to do. We will be doing a match preview for Leicester at some point. I don't know whether it will be tonight. I don't know whether it will be tomorrow, but keep an eye out for that. The games tomorrow start. I've got 4 kickoffs at 8 a.m. my time. That is 2 p.m. your time. What I'm going to do is schedule a watch along for that. So keep an eye out for that. Did I screw it up? What do you mean? Oh, the bet. You screwed. Okay, never mind. Cheers to everybody in the comments. Thank you so much. Again, if you haven't liked and subscribed us on YouTube, Twitter, all of our platforms, please do so at Follow Everton. We've grown so much even in the last couple months. We appreciate it so much. We can't thank you enough. My personal channel, one more time, YouTube, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, every single platform. I am at Real Domino Chris. So please follow, subscribe, all that good stuff. This is my personal YouTube channel. A lot of content coming. Thanks again. I will be on board for a watch along tomorrow, 8 a.m. my time, 2 p.m. your time. So if you'd like to watch the games along and have some more fun like we did today, I am all for it. I appreciate you guys so very much. Let me get this off. I hope you have a great rest of your day. Stay safe, everybody. Take care, and we will see you next time. As always, up the toffees.